All right, folks, welcome back to our 11th session, Kiwami 3. We're still in the completion run. They're using the Chinese dub of the game. Yesterday, we basically just stuck with the Morning Glory stuff. Had a bit of a catch up with someone else talking about multilingualism, right? Anyways, outside of that, if anyone is interested, right? The one of the major motivations of me playing Like a Dragon games or games by RGG is that they have different dubs of the game, being Japanese, Chinese, and English, and the purpose of that is to kind of exercise appreciation for the nuance of the interaction between languages, not solely for the idea that languages substitute for each other per se. The whole idea is languages are different. They are multiculturally faceted for those who are interested, not for individuals. Like, I don't really have conversations for individuals who think that something is a substitution for another thing, right? Which one's best, which one's worse, and that languages are superfluous to each other. So that's kind of like one of the appreciation points from yesterday, where I know someone who happens to also be in an environment that's constantly filled with multiple languages, multiple variations, multiple dialects. That's what we were yapping about for quite some time yesterday. And then we did half the kiddos. I think it was half, 4. Seeing how they edited the Morning Glory chapters, more or less. Eddie had the what's a real father figure situation, because they kind of largely all played around the whole orphanage thing, so that's the center core. And they all also play the, here are some people who are kind of bad, and it gives Kiryu an opportunity to demonstrate the good. So, and the kids. So I feel like there could have been a little bit more diversity in that. However, we notice Shiro did the friendship thing, right, with the father figure. It's a different related, like it's different contextually though. This time it's more of an abusive father figure, and the whole idea of orphans being less, right? Actually, most of the time it deals with the idea of being an orphan. What you call it, Eddie had the true father figure situation, and Shiro had the friendship situation. Ryona is actually slightly different, but it still ending up with someone being a occasional bypassing aggressor. Ryona did the dream thing, right? Like how the interaction with Kiryu trying to reward her for her efforts, that kind of thing, the dream. Kids having dreams, being encouraged by an adult figure. And we're missing one. We did those 3 and one more. Izumi? Izumi was the doggo with Mame. Or what did they call it? Dodo. Dodo or something. So Mame, the whole idea of taking time, understanding that love comes in different forms, and learning to appreciate things, not at the hustle and bustle. It's actually kind of a deep cut, because you can substitute Izumi's behavior and expectations of Mame more or less the way Gen Z, in my opinion, like younger people expect the internet moves like other people move, right? Like, or other people move like the pace of the internet. That's kind of the idea, like impatience, learning that patience is a virtue, or appreciation for the moments, the moment to moment things, and then different facets. And I really enjoyed it. They ended up adding sequences with voiceovers near the end, right? The final sequence. Obviously, the character models and stuff are a bit stiff, largely because these sequences tend to be not live captured, right? They do RGG does do live capture and capture performances, or performance capture, for their other character models, but not necessarily for the kids. So you can kind of see it, but the messages are very cogent. In fact, it's quite topical. Many of the current messages in this game will forever be topical because they're talking about coming of age. So all four of the kids represent so far the four kids that we saw represent four characteristics of coming of age effects. And these kids are really young. They're elementary school, right? They're in elementary school. We're getting to the older kids too. I think they're in middle school. We started at the bottom, so they're the youngest. I think it's even ordered deliberately. I think Leona might be on the slightly older side, but we're getting to Koji, Taichi, Ayako, and Mitsuo. Okay, Mitsuo might be younger than Leona, I'm not sure. But the three oldest, Taichi, Koji, and Ayako. It might be Koji, Taichi, Ayako being the oldest, in that order. So they might have different things represented. But generally, these are fairly topical now because I feel like the stuff that adversity brings, like my like personal anecdote, I suppose, is the idea that when someone grows up with adversity, they tend to encounter growth and coming of age sooner rather than later. That's often what contributes to the appearance of individuals because of life circumstances, that those who overcome adversity tend to learn the lessons sooner in life. And in Kiwami 3, becoming orphan, being orphaned is one of the earliest circumstances that can produce tons of life lessons, right? For better or for worse, because while this game is presenting it in a much more romantic way, that things work out and whatnot, it doesn't often work out like that. But you want to present a message that it does work out. Like, what I mean by work out is it doesn't work out that immediate. It's more that it takes time. These things eventually may work out due to the ability of people overcoming these adversities. And nowadays, I would say, not for better or for worse, but I would say all of the lessons that are typically represented here are shifted to when you're 18 or plus. Nowadays is 18 plus, at least from my perspective, and not simply from the United States. I think it's international. I hear quite a lot from international kids who eventually will go off to the university life and stuff, but when I'm speaking to them, the lessons that they learn in their lives are very much similar lessons that are still yet to be acquired that's represented in Kiwami 3. It's anecdotal, obviously. I'm not saying everyone knows that, but statistically, it's overwhelming for me. Give me 100 interactions, and I would say 90 of the 100 interactions will represent specific life lessons that can be gathered from the 4 that I've seen. Friendship, when it comes to over analyzing friendship or being understanding of circumstances that are beyond their control but still find a compromise, that's really heavily typical and topical in today's day and age when it comes to the post-internet age. Obviously, Yakuza 3 takes place in 2007 to 2009, and they didn't make it topical in a manner that, say, like an anime I recently watched was Yuru Kampu, and it's a very wholesome slice of life show, but at the same time, it had elements of internet, like the internet, net speak, and how the internet is like a central part of how they interact, like texting and whatnot. But if you take that out and you use, if you take that anachronism, even if you put the anachronism into Yakuza 3, Kiwami 3, most of the topics are topical today and for the target audience. So like what I see in those kids, like the younger, they're like 10 years old, like I think the youngest is 9 years old, to like 12 or 13. Now in my opinion, many of those things are relevant to 18-year-olds and like early 20-year-olds nowadays. Not because they like are deficient in growth or maturity. It's more like there are different issues that come up in different orders, like, or it's conditioned that it's optional. Like how do you resolve problems like conflicts of interest? You don't on the internet. You simply ignore them and pretend they don't exist anymore, right? Or you flame them and try to cancel them, right? Those are behaviors that, well, if you have to occupy a space, like how do you resolve a confrontation if you're living with the person or sharing a dormitory with them or sharing a class with them? And those conflicts tend to be resolved very similarly to the way the internet resolves things. You block them, or you pretend they don't exist, or you compete in open toxicity. I know I'm being a little bit rudimentary, like there are infinite number of ways to resolve with their nuance and complexity. What I'm trying to summarize is the over 50% majority of how young adults resolve conflicts of interest now, and especially when it comes to identity. That was the whole idea of having a real father, and then the orphanage being like just lesser kids, right? Lesser kids. That tackles two of their questions. What constitutes as an actual family? That's very topical, because nowadays whenever I ask people about their family or talk about stuff and sharing my anecdotes about my family and whatnot, it's rarely ever spoken as a central like piece. People don't talk about the people that influence them in their lives, took care of them. Appreciation is very minimal. It's often about me, the main character, and how everything is like not catered to you or targeted to you, right? So very topical, and I look forward to seeing what the next 4 is. That's pretty much a decent overview of yesterday's thoughts. I'm sure I'm going to make all these thoughts once we get to like the end of Kiwami 3's project here. Anyways, I like talking about these things. I have to I intentionally practice these things, talk about life lessons, maybe things that are shifted or encountered when interacting with people, because for me personally, my personal interest and the time I spent building certain skills and whatnot, it's all for the purpose of wanting to be reliable and helpful in a time of like emotional instability, insecurities, or like just a lot of times struggle with executive function, right? Executive function that is impaired because someone is emotionally unstable. That's kind of what Kiwami 3 really highlights. often that not so much any other game in the series do. Although I do have to say that the Casca era, Like a Dragon and so on, like a Dragon's series and globally, and so on, tends to have an eclectic amount of issues and topical things that are unlike Kiryu Saga stuff. Kiryu Saga stuff is very niche, closed off, very fine pointed, with the exception of Kiwami 3, because technically Kiwami 3 was post Casca Saga in writing. So nowadays, when it comes to writing, it's a lot more eclectic when a game gets bigger, but it may not be to the cup of tea for those who are seeking nostalgia and whatnot. Anyways, all right, let's get back into it. Today we're probably gonna see, bro, immediately we're gonna see the last 4 story lines for Morning Glory, and I think we don't need anything else from the Morning Glory section. So then we'll go and complete the Bad Boy Dragon section, see the conclusion of that, which is more along the lines of the gamery mechanics and zany combat oriented related things that are less consequential in my opinion over time, and I think it's the more popular thing. Not that this one was particularly popular. I like the sentimentalism and like topical commentary on social life and modern parenting and whatnot. All right. Okie dokie. Let's get into this. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna need to collect anything more from. Okay. Oh, that scarecrow does last. Okay. We'll just make sure things are in stock, you know? I don't think you need max rank for your daddy rank. Alright, who's next? We are going with Mitsuo. Yeah, I think they're listed by their age. I think they're arranged by their age. So Ayako, Aichi, like going from top left to right. Right. I think they're organized by their age. Okay. Going now I'm kind of curious. So I'm curious if they preserved his thing in a different way. Okay. What's the big deal? Why are you hiding it? Okay. Oh, real friends don't force each. Okay. Okay, so Mitsuo is keeping a secret of sorts. I'm not telling anyone. All right. So, wait, I saw this scene once already, earlier, as we triggered it. Now let's see. So Mitsuo has a secret. Maybe a secret someone, which was originally Ryona. So maybe it's still Ryona's thing. Like he wants to invite Ryona to go. Yeah. Yeah, that's a movie ticket. Yeah, pretty sure it's still the... Pretty sure. Yep. All right. So they kept this in too. They didn't keep in the like unusual tension about the way Mitsuo looks. What's up with you? Well, all right. Gone with those before. Yeah, just the weather yesterday. What was it again? Oh, come on. It was sunny. Why are you even asking me this? Well, you know, it's nice again today too, isn't it? Oh, there, uh, there might be a chance they're gonna do the whole thing with trying to dress Mitsuo up. And Haruka and Kiryu. Oh no, it was Rikia. Rikia and Kiryu goes out to shop for Mitsuo. I don't know if that's what they're gonna do, but we'll see. Sure, sure. Look, if that's all I'm going to, if if that's all, I'm going. Okay? I told Okada-kun. Oh, I don't know who that is. And then I'll come out today, and I need to leave. Okay? Okada? So he's having trouble approaching her. Basically, that's the dealie. Oh, he looks so dejected. All right. What's wrong? Something happened with Riona? Uncle Kaz. Yeah, actually, never mind, it's nothing. Time for some man-to-man advice. Let's ease him into talking by asking a few questions. First, what's he holding? Movie tickets? Those movie tickets you got there. Yeah, I got them from a friend who had extras. 2 extras. I see. Movie tickets. You've got 2 of them. The tickets seem related to what's bothering him. Given that, he must be concerned about... it's a matter of the heart, huh? You want to ask someone to the movies? Huh? How did you know? It was written all over your face. I may be old, but I'm still sharp. I don't know about that. Are you sharp about this stuff? Wow, you could see that, huh? Guess I can't hide anything from you, Uncle Kaz. You're right. There's someone I want to ask to the movies. Yep, I knew it. And on top of that, I bet I know who it is, too. You do? Are you kidding me? Huh, nothing gets past me. I see all. Alright, you're playing it up too hard there. The person you got a crush on is... You don't know, right? Looks like you couldn't quite get the question out just now. You were watching? Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on you two particularly. What he said. Anyways, Rinon is a person I like. And I even got past being scared and actually tried to ask her today too. Why didn't you? Cause there's this guy, Okada. Oh, that was the name of the guy. Leona's hanging out with him a lot lately. So she said that's where she's going today too. Huh. And what's this Okada guy like? He's the most popular guy in our grade. He's rich and good looking and all the girls love him. He lives in some huge mansion or something. And he has a vacation home. Leona's probably been to both. Wait, isn't Kiryu a little bit worried about Riona? Anyways, so what? You don't even know for sure that Riona likes Okada, do you? Yeah, but all the girls in class are crazy about him, so Riona probably is too. I actually... Yeah, see, that's exactly what I mean. I feel that's kind of the conversation that you have with younger adults nowadays, where when you think of something, right, and then you look at everyone else, and then you make the assumption that it must be true for the thing, as opposed to asking a direct question or ascertaining from that person whether it's true, regardless of how much everything else is true. So, like, for example, someone would say something like, okay, so it seems like everyone loves this game, but I don't love this game. And then when this person is trying to talk to someone, it's like, oh, they probably like this game because everyone else likes this game. We're not talking about Kiwami 3, but maybe like can talk about Requiem or something. And that's kind of how a lot of people act nowadays. And when I mean a lot of people, I'm largely talking about people who are chronically online, where they would use comments and assumptions and then make exceptions for themselves, but they rarely ever make exceptions to the people they talk to because they're not interested in that. It cuts to the chase most of the time. So if you read like a review and like, I don't know, a game has a 9 out of 10 average. So when they go in and talk to someone, they make that assumption about that person. It's like, oh, most people have a favorable review about this. So they will project, assuming the person they're talking about is going to be the same. Meanwhile, when they project, they're going to project something as though it's unique and interesting. So for example, I could give an example here for Kiwami 3. It is projected that most people will agree that the Japanese dub is better than the English dub or the Chinese dub. That's something that happened 2 days ago during one of these streams. And my first thought is, well, I kind of just like all of them. I like to listen to all of them. But this person decided to generalize and made it about himself and also assuming that I would agree with them. And when I didn't agree with them, that person decided to apprehensively just say, well, it's not my problem that you don't understand that. And it's like, you need to chill, stop like disagreeing with me. It's like, well, people disagree with you. That's like, if you want to find someone that agrees with you, go and find someone that agrees with you, as opposed to making the assumption that someone would agree with you. And that occurs, that particular example was for most Yakuza games, most Like a Dragon games. It's also very true for Persona games. Whenever I play a Persona game, like someone would ask something like, oh yeah, you must have played the better Persona games whenever Phantom X shows up, right? Like, because I'm playing Phantom X at the moment. And I'm like, what do you mean the better Persona games? It's like, well, you know, like Phantom X is a gacha game. All the other Persona games aren't a gacha game. Like, okay, what does that have to do with what is written and presented in a Persona game? Like, well, gacha is just bad. Like gacha's garbage. And I'm like, I don't have a problem with gacha, but the chances are that person is projecting because they assume, which is very true, that most people don't like the idea that Phantom X has gacha components in it. It's not the same as all of the Persona entries. But the thing is, the person never asks. They presume it's true. And how is this related to Mitsuo? Mitsuo, younger people who have less experience overcome less adversity, and oftentimes adversity doesn't have to be like losing your parents. It can be less like, it's more like being exposed to differing opinions, like when you go to school and someone fundamentally disagrees with you about what constitutes as a good math grade. That is technically a form of adversity because it's a consternation, it's a conflict that you would have to resolve. But online, it's more like, oh, we use statistics, and then because statistics exist and numbers exist, you discriminate, and not discriminate in terms of like racism or something like that. It's more like discriminating based on data. So when data is true, it doesn't mean it's true for the current situation. You have to confirm that it's true or ascertain whether the nuances apply and create an exception. The reason I'm mentioning all of this is it's exactly what Mitsuo's problem is going to be, but he's a kid, right? He's much younger. He's going to go through that life lesson, which is the idea that if you think data and being objective and using objective to project your presumptions, I'm being a little kind here. Most people use assumptions. They assume something is going to happen. Then they don't have to talk about it. You don't have to review things when you think that everyone agrees with things. It's like, okay, 9 out of 10 people think this game is great. I don't have to review that. You meet a stranger and you're like, yeah, they probably think the game is great. I think the game is great. We're not going to talk about it. It's a waste of time to clarify and converse about whether both players are having a conversation or both people are having conversation. And why is this relevant, in my opinion, to like learning a language and whatnot, is because if you don't do this, if you choose I hope I'm not like being too personal or inadvertently offensive. It's not an offensive thing. It's more about growing up and wanting to do things and looking at conversation as a positive thing. Because if you don't do that and you're saying like, oh, I'm just going to use data to predict things, so then I don't need to do those things, then you don't practice those things. And to me, whenever I encounter someone who says, well, how do you talk to other people? How do you approach someone if I have a problem with them? Or how do I get over drama or converse and resolve conflicts? Well, a lot of times, by the time you become like 20 or in your 30s and you worked in professional careers and whatnot, all of those things come up and eventually give you opportunities to figure out how you resolve this conflict. In the post-internet world, because most of those conflicts are quote-unquote solved by people's data, like they think data substitutes for experience. Like data is part of the equation. Practice and execution is the other part of the equation. So whenever someone like says, oh, I know the truth, and like, do you? Tell me about what you think is the truth. It's like, well, I think the truth is this game sounds better in Japanese. And I'm like, that is your truth. It's like, well, no, the data shows that more people agree that the Japanese dub is better. Like, yes, but the person you're talking to might not agree with you. The truth is you don't know. And when you don't do those things, right, when you don't talk about those things, well, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to use avoidant behavior. And that's usually what my conversations are like. The person's going to say like, chill, bro. Like, it's not that important. I'm like, well, you brought it up. So if you don't think it's important, why are you bringing it up? Especially with a stranger. Like, if it's so important, you would agree with me, like without apprehension. You would accept that there are other opinions, but it is important to you that someone agrees with you. There's a reason why you picked a course of action, because you decided to assume something, and then when it doesn't happen, there aren't any skills that you practice to have a conversation. And that was one of the core things about yesterday. Jal and I were talking about things, and it was nice that we were having a conversation about things. We clearly have different experiences, despite possibly having the same similar standpoints, but we disagreed about our experiences because we had different experiences, and we were having a conversation about it. that is atypical. It's an atypical response. It's more like this Mitsuo situation where someone says, "Well, I know how I feel or how I convey things, but whenever I talk to someone else, I don't really know how to do it." Right? And to me, it's no longer like a 9-year-old, like an elementary school thing. I think it's more like a high school thing and a college thing. And I'm not saying this because I know that's the truth for others. I'm saying this because I've experienced it myself. It actually took me till well into college that I had the opportunity to express this kind of thing. And it's not uncommon for like Chinese kids and like Japanese kids to not talk about these things when they're younger. They usually deal with those things later in life, kind of in high school, but I would personally, I think it's more like after high school, like when you have a job and stuff and you talk about family things. So this type of thing happens on the internet now as a norm. I don't think it was normal when I was growing up in the United States. Western culture has a higher propensity or higher frequency back in the day, I suppose, back in like 20 years ago, where emotional conflicts like this start off really early. To me, in like China, in Chinese projected Chinese values from from my family, and like what I understand about Japanese culture, it's like way until the end. Like it's near the end of high school most of the time. It's not very early on. You don't address these things. And on the internet, it seems by coincidence, that's kind of how it is now. Most people engage in their first like disagreements and conflict resolutions when they have to resolve something. Probably a little bit later, after 18 or something. In the beginning, in the early days, like when you're 13, I like to think there's a parent and guardian involved, but you know, people get online, like get involved publicly by the age of 13. I would like to say it's 16-ish when you're allowed to access the internet. And then what do? They engage in arguments and conflicts of interest and whatnot, but usually it's very rudimentary. It's like conflict avoidance. Like if you don't like someone, then you avoid it. It's very easy. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't tackle your pride. It also doesn't improve your communication skills. Not only that, if oftentimes like the people are fear mongers, like younger people are fear mongers nowadays, because usually to get someone to do something, you use like fear, FOMO, or deterrence to get them to do something. So if I had anything that was a deterrent, about bad habits, like bad habits is kind of like that stigma. It's like, oh, you'd be worried if you're going to develop bad habits. One of the earliest bad habits I would say is that you grow up and you become like 20, and the first time you understand that your communication skills is incredibly lacking because all you do is deflect and avoid because of internet responsibilities, like when you talk to people. I would say it would suck if the first time you realize that is in your first job, or like the first time you have to actually work with someone because of professional requirements, or like you have to work with someone because you're in a group project, which is what happens at least 9 out of 10 times for me when I'm talking to people. Like, oh, hey, how's your day? Like, what are you up to? It's like, well, you know, I'm trying to do this project, but I think my teacher is stupid and like they don't understand the problems that I have. I'm like, are you trying to understand what they're trying to do as well? Like, did you even talk to your teacher about this? And then it would do the thing. They would do the thing like Mitsuo. where like, oh well, none of the other classmates have problem with the teacher, and they don't ever talk to the teacher about their problem, so obviously I don't have to. Or something like, well, all the other students seem to get along with the teacher, so it will only make sense if the teacher gets along with me, as though it's not their problem, right? Conversations and relationships are at least a two-body problem, and that's kind of how it writes itself, and which makes Mitsuo's thing very topical. Which it's actually true for all the kids, because the way kids interact is by mob mentality. So like, if everyone thinks that being an orphan means you can't have a family, then all the kids participate in that herd mentality. That is the internet. That's the herd mentality on the internet. How do you determine all the presumptions and the biases that you have that you keep projecting on the internet? Whoever does it most. So when you read that a game is super cool and 9 out of 10 people agree, then you are more likely to believe that to be true. And then when you interact with someone, that is the belief system you will project, as opposed to being curious and engaging in conversation to confirm if it's true. Like, I'm not saying it's not going to be true. Like, if someone said, do I like insert a really great game that coincidentally received really great accolades? Like, for example, do I like Hades 1? It's like, yes, I really like Hades 1. Am I going to play Hades 2 eventually? Yes, I am, because I liked Hades 1, right? Statistically, I am likely to do that. But the thing is, the curiosity is what Mitsuo is struggling with. He doesn't ask. But he's a kid, you know, like, we're talking about a virtual character, of course. But when I'm saying he's a kid, I think of an 18-year-old. I think about the kids in high school that I occasionally come across when they explain their problems. Like, they would say something like, oh, I think the teacher just hates me in particular. And I'm like, what makes you think that? Like, did you ask if the teacher hates you or not? It's like, well, if you ask them, they're just gonna lie to you. And I'm like, how would you come to the conclusion that they would lie to you? It's like, because it's their job to not like alienate kids. I'm like, I don't know how you could possibly know all these things when you literally don't interact with your teacher or the student or the person. Like, for example, someone puts up a video, right? They make their content creation video, and then suddenly they got a bad comment. You know, they got a thumbs down. Well, it's like, that's the most information you can get. You can't glean more from it. So like, one of those things is like, oh, this person thumbs down my video. It's probably because of X, Y, Z, and D, and because of metrics. And I heard like, this is what other content creators talk about, and I can't help but keep thinking about it. It's like, my first thought is, well, you'll never know, so why give it the time to do so? That person probably superficially thumbs down just as much as they're avoiding talking about it with you. Like, clicking a thumbs down doesn't provide any constructive criticism. Trying to make it constructive is giving it more power based on your own presumptions. So in a way, that person was able to do something that was frankly reflective of probably their communication style, and yet it dealt more harm than maybe even possibly what that person did. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show that person I disagree with their hot takes, and therefore I'm gonna click on that thumbs down and say nothing. And I'm like, that'll show him. And my first thought is, well, I mean, that's how you resolve conflicts these days. You get a thumbs down, and then, in my opinion, that would be the same type of person who would get upset The moment they go and do something, and someone's like, oh yeah, you know, you're pretty mid, my friends. Your content is pretty mid. It's like, what do you mean it's pretty mid? Because there's a lack of conflict resolution. What goes around comes around situation, right? Like, that person who, like, I'm not saying everyone, but if you're clicking and you're just like putting thumbs down and you don't think about it or don't communicate or offer constructive criticism, when you go and make something and then you're going to receive constructive criticism or lack of constructive criticism, it comes back around, at least in my opinion. So if you don't offer constructive criticism and think about providing criticism, then when you go to provide advice or produce things yourself, it is very expected that you will be treated similarly and you will also be deficient in that department. This would be one of them. How do you get better at asking people questions and like discussing and resolving conflicts? You actually do it. If you spend most of your time avoiding and putting thumbs down and thumbs up, then that's what you're going to be good at. You're going to be good at not expressing anything other than adding +1 or clicking the like button or clicking the dislike button. And the reverse is true. If you don't do thumbs up and thumbs down, then you kind of also don't know how they work. So like, for instance, you can make the same argument against me. I don't think I've ever liked or disliked anything on YouTube. Like, I didn't ever, like, what I mean is for the functionality of what I think other people do, where like it's easy to thumbs up and thumbs down because that is the amount of effort they think their time is worth and the things that they're witnessing is worth. And I'm like, okay, but I don't do that. So I can't, whenever someone tells me to chill, usually my normal thing is not chill. I think about my actions a lot. Like, that's how I vibe. I vibe by making sure that whenever I do something, it's as meaningful as possible. I don't haphazardly feel comfortable saying, oh yeah, you know, I don't like your video, and not have to explain it. So if I'm not explaining it, then I have no commentary on it. At least in my opinion. Anyways, that's a long digression, but I'm sure this is going to come up again, so I might as well go at it here. Alright. Plus, I'm not cool compared to him. I've got dark skin and I don't fit in at school. Well, so they do mention the dark skin thing, so. That's probably what I usually say too. Like, don't talk down on yourself like that. But it's true. I don't stand a chance against Okada. I mean, he's so cool. He's like the most perfect guy. Shh, obviously doesn't exist. Perfect. Huh. Does being perfect really seem so great to you? Exactly. What do you mean? It's because we're not perfect that we can understand others' pain. And that understanding is why we can show people kindness. Very topical. Pain. Kindness. Yeah, without pain, kindness is fruitless, in my opinion. So, sure, this Okada guy might be rich and handsome. That's not what true coolness really is. Well, now Kiryu is projecting, but it can be different, is what he's suggesting. It isn't? No. True coolness is knowing and accepting another's pain and weakness, then having the courage to stand up for them because of it. Compassion. What? You think I could be like that, Uncle Kaz? Sure. How about we start by showing the world you've got the courage? Courage. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm actually gonna ask Leona out. That's the spirit. Now let's go catch up to her. Maybe right now is a little too soon. Hey, come on. I thought you were gonna give it your all. I can't just be brave all of a sudden. I still need something else to really be able to do it. Oh, is this the clothing thing? Like something that's good about me that makes me better than Okada. All right. Something good about you. Well, for starters, you spent way more time with Riona than he has. That's gotta count for something. That's not enough to make me better than him. But all the time means you know something about her that he doesn't. Could that help you in some way? Wait, you're right. It should. Let me think. Oh yeah, I've heard Riona said she really likes fashion, like clothes and stuff. Now we're getting somewhere. What if you dressed up all sharp and asked her to the movie? Oh, here, that's how they weaved it in. Okay. Great idea. Only I don't have any cool, fashiony clothes. You leave that to your Uncle Kaz. I'll take you shopping and help you pick an ensemble that'll show off your best qualities. Wait, so they, instead of making it like a competition between Rikia and Kiryu, you will? Wait, you're into fashion, Uncle Kaz? No. Fashion's my middle name. Look at me. I pull off every look I go for, don't I? I guess so. Alright then, I'll trust you. Whenever you want to go shopping, let me know. Alright, so they're going shopping, as opposed to making it a fun, like, Rikia thing. I definitely remember Rikia and Kiryu going to town and picking out an outfit, and you had like the choice of two outfits. One was like dragon related, and then the other oh no, there were like three outfits. There was like an Americana gag one, too, a cowboy one, I think. It was like cowboy, Yakuza, and then something else. Hang on. I gotta see if anything happens when you fill their meters. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Alright. So they changed it where you're literally going shopping. Because you surprised Mitsuo with the clothing before. Alright. Okay, man, I have no idea what's good. Which of these would Riona even like? It kind of just looks like three color palettes. Hold on, Mitsuo. This is why I'm here. You just leave everything to me. Oh boy. Alright, first, the clothes. Which outfit do we want? Oh, yeah, it's the same three. Oh, it's the shiny golden jinbei, yeah. So we have the dragon print stuff and then the American flag shirt and jeans, yeah. Can I preview them? Let's look at the dragon print shirt and leopard print shorts. Oh, okay, we're just gonna go with it. It's fine. In accent, a samurai wig, 10 gallon. Okay, we're just gonna go with sunglasses. What? I actually have to pay for it? Alright. You kidding? I nailed it. Wanna try them on? Alright, here we go. Isn't this kinda mean and scary looking? Nah, you'll do fine. Oh yeah, the dragon print's pretty cool, huh? And the shades amp up the masculinity. Very slick. Well, the dragon print's more your style, but I have always wanted to try sunglasses. Alright then. Cool. Masculine Mitsuo it is. That's the spirit. Now, how do you feel? More ready to go find Leona and ask her to the movies? No. What's wrong? Well, she's probably with Okada and those guys right now. I'll have to do it in front of them. Mitsuo, remember, you wanted to be brave. Here's your chance. Be brave here, and then take a step forward, even if she turns you down. But if you don't try to ask her, nothing will change. This is that courage. This is that courage it takes to be truly cool. Yeah, I remember. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Thanks, Uncle Kaz. Oh boy, here we go. Is it at the square? Alright, are we entering this sequence? Yep. I think.
Wait.
Oh no. What's up? Still chickening out? Uncle Kaz, no, just look over there. Oh, is this the scar thing? I think they kept the scene with the scar. Let's find out. Okada-kun, you know your summer house? Is there anything cool there we could go do? I want to see it. At my summer house. Well, at my summer house. Well, there's a theater room, a huge stage, like all the normal stuff you have, I think. Oh, so that's okay. Oh wait, I know. We have a big pool there. How about you guys come over and swim? Do as many cannonballs as we want? Yes. Well, we're definitely in, right? Alright. Okay. It's fine. Oh yeah, the swimsuit thing is because of her scar. She has apprehensions of the swimsuit. Cool. Sounds like fun. You'll come too, right, Yona-chan? Oh yeah, that's right. Yona-chan doesn't like pools because of her huge burn scar, right? Yep. Well, it's just... Huh? A burn scar? Is it like really bad? Oh, totally. It looks like all like this huge bruise thing now, and oh man, it's so gross. I bet scars and bruises, stuff like that, super gross you out too, right? Huh? Right? You out too, huh? Me? Yeah. They do. Yep. Here we go.
真想看看那伤疤长什么样，我还从来没见过那么大的疤呢。
是呀，就给我们看看嘛，李旭奈，也让冈田同学看看。不要！
真不像话。
你
Nice.
这坏蛋！
你干嘛？
不许说李旭奈的坏话。李旭奈是我很重要的朋友，我不许你们这帮家伙这样说他。你哪里来的？
He stopped.
穿的真土。
Stop that, friend.
神经病吧！我们走吧，冈田同学。
哦，嗯。李旭奈，那个。
I don't remember him if he dressed up with the outfit before or after the scene in the original. I almost felt like the dressing up and stuff came after the scene. But if they like kind of combined it, that's kind of appropriate. Because I clearly remember him defending her before. And then the dress clothes and stuff came after. It was a separate scene. So they kind of like streamlined the two things together.
冈田竟然是那种人，我还以为他是个完美的人呢，真没想到。那个，就是说，被冈田拒绝了，真可惜呀。
哎，你这话什么意思啊？我又不喜欢他。
啊，是这样吗？
孝子好像喜欢冈田同学，但我没有，我只是偶尔和他一起玩。
可他明明长得很帅呀。
是吗？但他的性格真的挺差的，我一点都不喜欢他。你可别误会哦，三兄。
是吗？什么嘛？原来是这样。
干嘛啦？
没有啦，只是我一直以为李旭奈喜欢冈田。
以为我喜欢他，然后呢？
不是，没什么啦。
嗯，
Do it, man.
我不喜欢他们说李旭奈的坏话。等回过神，发现自己已经冲出来了。他们好过分啊！想想就让人生气。刚才就该再多揍他们几下。敢说李旭奈的坏话，我饶不了那帮家伙。
那个三兄，
哦，
三兄不会觉得我的伤疤很恶心吗？
啊？
刚才大家都说这个伤疤很恶心，冈田同学也。不过他们这么说也很正常了，因为确实很恶心。
李旭奈，我不觉得恶心，我从来都没有这样想过。我知道，李旭奈总是因为这个疤非常烦恼，但你看我，就算不晒太阳也没烧伤，但还是乌漆嘛黑的呀。
I don't remember that line.
还是我更丑更奇怪一点，对吧？
Oh, that's cute.
不好笑吗？
不是啦，我觉得三兄很帅啊。没事吧？谢谢你保护我，我很高兴。
不用谢。
Thumbs
那
up.
个，
I was
李旭奈
expecting the
这
thumbs
么
up.
说可能挺突然的。等下要不要一起去看电影？这个是朋友给的电影票，有2张，所以……
我一直想看这个电影。
哎，真的吗？
谢谢你三兄，我好开心。
那我们这就去看电影？太好了！
The shouting, though.
那个三兄，话说你今天穿的这是？
Well, the handiwork.
哦，这身衣服是叔叔给我挑的。
叔叔挑的，这样啊？
I don't remember this part either.
嗯，
I'm pretty sure they added this part. Because, yeah, the soccer size is...
那个，这身衣服感觉有点丢人，要不换一身吧？
It's always... I think it's... I don't know if they're going to have separate lines. I think it's always going to be awkward. All 3 of the outfits are awkward. Like, they're kind of silly, so... because Kiryu has no fashion sense.
丢人？好的。
哦不，我是觉得，三兄穿别的衣服应该会更合适。
那这样，下次我买衣服的时候，李旭奈帮我挑吧。
好呀，我帮你挑。
嘿嘿嘿嘿，说好喽。
Kind of funny. He's always talking like at maximum volume. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but whoever's voicing Mitsuo.
看来，在这方面，我也还差得远呢。
Like he's like a couple decibels higher at talking than Ryona. Like Ryona is like further down, but Mitsuo feels like he's shouting the entire time, which I I feel like that's got to be intentional since it's every line, because he's like nervous and whatnot. I think that's so they kept most of it. Like they even made a joke about his skin color. It wasn't as direct. There was like a little bit of more directness about xenophobia, like a slight xenophobia in the original. But yeah, it covers the like the short story, like the sub story stuff. They kind of streamlined it. So the bulk of chapter 3 is still, or chapter 3 or 4, I forgot which one, in Yakuza 3 Remastered, was repurposed as the stories in the Morning Glory stuff. So this makes me think whenever someone, there was a lot of comments about like how the best, quote unquote, the best part where all the kids' arcs and stuff were cut out of the game. I'm not entirely sure if it's now it's unclear if that person just didn't like do all the things to know where the stories are, but it seems like they preserved or kind of sort of changed it up a little bit because it's there. Oh, that the kids stuff, the kids related stuff makes up for like a large chunk of what is not part of the MSQ anymore, I suppose. Actually, I don't even think most of the stuff was part of the MSQ. I think they were sub-stories. They were listed as sub-stories. Alright, so we have Koji. I thought it was the baseball thing for Koji. I'm not sure if it's gonna still be a baseball thing, because he had basketball things now. We triggered some of the responses on the first playthrough. Yeah, the basketball tournament. Yeah, so he's become team captain, right? As opposed to baseball. And there was a scene with them playing baseball on the beach and whatnot. But I don't quite remember if the basketball was mentioned in the original game. And then like he's drilling hard his friends, his teammates here, which we are aware of, training that stamina. Right. All the weird looking kids. Kid faces. They generate like placeholder models, so like they don't generate native models for likeness, so all the kids' faces look really weird when they're not like for example, the first two kids, they're kind of like randomly generated face models. It's the same for like all the other stand-ins too, like adult faces. All right, let's see what's happening here. This should be good. You're not practicing anymore? Why? The tournament's so close. Don't you want to win? Not really, no. I could care less at this point. What? I'm also out. I actually don't think I like sports. And these practices are really hard. Same here. I just can't handle them. And I'm not good anyway, so it's not fun. Get stuff. Okay, but it'll be fun when you do get good, and winning will be even better, so come on, don't quit. You don't get it, Koji. Huh? You're good at every sport. Literally, soccer, baseball, you can do them all. But we're not like you. We suck. No matter how much we practice, we'll never be anywhere near your level. Whoa, there's some deep cuts. That's not true. You gotta keep at it if you just believe and really try. Okay, yeah. So this internet, I think the internet highlights this way more because now you don't have to coincidentally bump into people. Like, for example, prior to the internet, you don't have representation. Like, you're not guaranteed to have representation of the best ideal case scenarios versus the average. So whenever someone is in an exceptional position, when they offer advice, right, or encouragement and stuff, it can be obtuse and it can be detached. So when you have like a really successful, like a successful young person, like someone who got it easy or got lucky the first time, and then when they retroactively offer advice, like to people, like when they sell stuff, the first products they bring out or the early growing pains is that they keep talking in a way that doesn't understand the actual average, right? It's only later in adulthood or later with experience that you experience maybe something you're not good at, in order to really appreciate life lessons and be able to empathize and be compassionate to other people, is that you have to have highs and lows in order to be able to appreciate what it's like to be on the other side. So on the internet, a lot of times parasocial relationships are not fair, because it doesn't matter what that influencer or that other person acts or knows. When someone is seeing them at their best, they might make the assumption that they're never at their low. So from that perspective of the kids, they think that Koji is always good at everything, right? Because the times they interact is whenever he's at his best. And then Koji is the other way around. Koji, whenever you occasionally have an influencer who always had it good and lucky, when they talk to other people and offer advice, they don't understand when you don't have those things. So whenever someone comes by and it's like, oh, hey, like, I learned Japanese in a year, so can you. Here's my crash course in 6 months. It's that easy. And versus someone who has experience with learning many skills and they make a disclaimer, right? Like, for example, okay, let me share with you my anecdote and my journey through Japanese language learning. I understand that results may vary. These are my choices that I made, and these are methods that may or may not help you. But if you try them out, there might be something that's worth your while. That is different from someone who made it big when they were young and they didn't overcome any adversity, because then they would sell you as though it always works, and it never takes into consideration the person that you're advising. So to me, both Koji and this kid represents another part of what the internet has exacerbated. When you are successful and you go around offering advice without knowing who you're advising, this is exactly what happens. You're talking at the person. So despite Koji being encouraging, right, and saying, oh, you know, you just have to believe and it'll come true, that's coming from a perspective that the Koji is talking at the kids. He's literally not listening to what the kid is saying. The problem is the person he's talking to thinks that he's not good enough for Koji. So that's what you would address first. You don't go and double down and say, well, if I can do it, you can do it. If I believe in it and it worked, you can believe it and it works. No, that's not communication. That's projecting your own things, even if it's good. Like, what I mean is, neither of these kids are being malicious to each other. Like, they're not trying to be toxic to each other. The idea is there's no compassion either. There's no empathy. There might be some sympathy, but this is, in my opinion, the average conversation between even older adults now. Like, I had my fair share of, and these are anecdotals, anecdotal, where someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I spent 6 years language learning Japanese. Here's my hot tip. What you're doing is incorrect and it will never work for you. I'm like, so how much experience do you have in learning language and understanding people and how they learn language, or even know what their professional background is? It's like, I don't. I just statistically know that you're wrong. That's Koji. But it's not from a toxic standpoint. The person is trying to be helpful, right? Like, you're going to say, well, it's the intent that matters, right? They just want to help you with their experience. Like, yes, but when you try to help someone, it involves a mutual compassion. Telling someone what you think is right isn't compassion, it's projection. So go back to that whole Kiwami thing about Japanese dub. When someone comes in and immediately says, oh, hey, by the way, the Japanese dub is better. And I'm like, okay, thank you for sharing your opinion. I listen to all the dubs in the video game, so like it helps me better appreciate the language. And then the person's like, just okay, well, low key, the Japanese dub is better. And I'm like, I heard you the first time. But in order for me to better appreciate languages, maybe you might not be able to relate to me, is that I listen to all the languages and I learn language myself. And they projected again and said, well, just because you're learning a language doesn't mean, listen, bro, just because you're learning a language doesn't make you better than everyone. It's like, you're not listening to me. Did I say I was better than everyone? Right? So that's what happens. And it's one of those things that I think it's the social norm nowadays. People are far more caught up with themselves because they're usually in a position of parasocial relationship. They see someone they want to be like, or they see someone who's really awesome, who's at their peak. They don't see anything else. It's completely curated. So whenever someone like have a frame of reference about themselves, they would say, well, I can never be better than X, Y, and Z, so I don't have to try and do that. And I only try, you know, like figuratively, I'm talking about projecting into someone. Oh, I will only try if I can be good enough. I only try if it's fun for me, which means that that person has no compassion for a person who is actually good with that thing. And then the person who's good never had a stumble, so then they can't relate to a person that did stumble. And that deals with conversation. In order to make connections without needing experience in these, you would have to actually communicate with each other. But I usually call this the talking at people. Like, that's the normal state of affairs. I would say the vast majority of conversations online, on like a forum or commentary or live stream chat, people are talking at each other. They don't talk with each other or against each other even. They simply talk at each other. Like, hey, someone drops in, it's like, this game sucks. I can't tell you how many times. Like, what I mean is, I'm not talking about Kiwami 3. I'm talking about like when I was watching other people stream when new games come out, and I like to see what they talk about. Their chat, like the more popular people who actually have like chat comments, the vast majority of the chat is someone would start with their opinion. They would say like, yo, I heard this game is like just as good but not as good as this. Like that's the first thing they talk about. And then, you know, they might hear the comment from the streamer. It's like, well, you know, I'm enjoying it at the moment. It's like, well, this game is just not as good. You might as well play the other game. I'm like, are you listening? Like, do you guys like, do people like listen and then respond and think about it, or do they simply just keep going on with their narrative? And that usually happens. And to go back to like the Kiwami 3 example, that person kept making more comments, but their comments had little to nothing to do with what I said. And if you're wondering like, well, that person could have misunderstood, you might be talking to someone else. That was the only person I was talking to. Like, if you can't do that on that level, then honestly, if I had to make some observations, this person told me to grow up. Like, they literally said that, oh, you might learn how to communicate with people with age. I'm like, if I had to be very assertive here, there's one person that needs to grow up, and it's not the person who doesn't listen to the other person they're talking to. So this is what it means to not be grown up yet. You talk like this, which is not a bad or a good thing, because we're listening to kids encountering their coming of age, right? All of these events are coming of age events where you're going to learn about compassion, sympathy, right? Hideo is constantly talking about compassion, sympathy, learning what pain is, accepting pain, constantly finding positions of sympathy and compassion. That's part of growing up. So whenever someone says like, oh, don't worry, you'll understand when you grow up, I'm like, saying that is pretty much outing yourself. Like, if you like, for me, I don't go around saying, oh yeah, hey guys, like, don't worry, you'll understand in due time. Like, you'll understand when you get to my age. Like, that is incredibly paradoxically immature and lack of compassion. Like, it's like a man child, or like that's a little misogynistic. It's like a adult child saying like, I'm an adult, so you'll understand when you get older like me. I'm like, I don't think adults who are actually mature and cultured would say that in the first place. If I wanted to make a deep cut about language learning, or like a deep cut about video games, usually someone who have experienced the things, they don't usually say those things. Not all the time. I know I've encountered some people, but like, for example, you go around telling people that you're good video, like you're good at video games, as opposed to already have shown and don't really need the validation to say those things. So whenever you tell someone to grow up, in my opinion, statistically, right, we're using statistics, so grain of salt, the person who's telling the other person to grow up, they are the ones that have something to prove about growing up. The person who's already grown up and experienced those things, they typically show it, not say it. So when you're talking about like games and stuff, like kids, when you're thinking about younger kids, it's like, look at how good I am. I'm like top 10 in my school. Like, that's great. You encourage them, and then when they get the experience, it no longer becomes like, look at me, look at me. It's more like, hey, let me show you. So to me, that was my experience. Whenever someone tells me to grow up, or I'm like somehow I think I'm better than everyone, that's when you know for sure that they're simply talking at you, as opposed to talking with you, or maybe even against me. They didn't make any counter arguments. Like when I said, oh hey, you know, well, there are people in the world like myself, not a lot of them, but there are people like myself who really enjoy playing games in different languages. And I'm sorry you feel that listening to the English is not as good as Japanese. I hope you find someone who think the same way and enjoy the Japanese playthrough of the game. I mean, are you playing the game? I mean, they didn't really answer that question. That's kind of the idea. This is very similar. I'm sure the next story is gonna create another hot take. Let's keep going with this one. We are trying, dude. We've been trying this whole time. Anyway, whatever. We're done with practicing. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh, their faces are so weird. But why? Alright. Let's see how this turns out. Reggie looks pretty down. I should talk to him. Alright. I'm sure I'm already prefacing what Kiryu is going to say, because that's usually if Kiryu is following suit on his being adult, like being the mentor or the guardian. Most of the stuff that I just ranted about will likely come up in some way, shape, or form in the coming scene.
真期待快长成美味的食材吧，收获不小啊。
Growing up is not all it cracks out to be, honestly. Like, I don't wish, in my opinion, it's neither bad or good if you wish people to appreciate like adversity, to experience adversity. I think oftentimes if you can communicate, you might be able to spare people adversity as a way to still grow and experience things. Like hearing people's story of their and attempting to stay open-minded is a way to grow without experiencing adversity. However, ultimately, one of the biggest teaching lessons is to literally experience them, because there's very few things in this world that can substitute for human experience.
干得好啊！真是乖孩子。
I'm expecting something to happen when their meter is filled. We'll see. All right, let's go talk to Koji. Koji.
Hi.
Worry about the tournament, Koji? Oh, hey, Uncle Kaz. Yeah, did you see that just now? Yeah, seems like you and your team aren't on the same page. Apparently, I've really been trying to give this my all, though. I guess being captain's harder than it looks.
是啊，
It is. Getting people to do something is way harder than doing it yourself. It can be. It can be. When you're trying to get the specific results, but it is a lot easier to tell people what to do than doing it yourself, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is, he's talking about like being successful at getting people to do something rather than doing yourself, and I totally agree with that most of the time. And then what's in addition to that is it's a lot harder to it's a lot easier to tell people what to do than doing it yourself as well. So like, it's hard to get them to do what you want or think they should do. It's also really easy to spam and tell them to do it. It doesn't get easier with age. Don't feel bad. It's natural your first attempt has a few bumps. Right, first attempt.
怎么办呢？
I guess, but now we'll probably lose. This sucks. If I had to anticipate the next line, it's gonna be, why does it matter that why do you have to win? Like, what is the meaning of winning and losing? Right? That's the first thing you would have to ask. Like, Koji has to understand, was it about winning and losing for the others? Like, is it about winning and losing for you? Right? And then if the Koji, like, I'm actually projecting onto another person, like an actual person that I've been talking to a couple of times. Like, you have to understand, why is it important for you to win and lose, and be able to explain that to the people who may have different priorities than you do. So then you can exchange, oh, okay, this is why I want to win. This is why I want to lose. Like, this is why I want to avoid losing, and I'm trying my all to prevent this. what do you think about it? Does losing matter to you? Like, what does winning and losing mean to you? And I'm guessing that they're going to go into a dialogue about Kiryu is going to say like, well, do you know that they care about winning or losing, or is it about having fun, or etc. They're probably going to take the fun route where like, do you know, like, focusing on winning and losing might be important to you, Koji, but do you know if focusing on winning and losing is taking the fun or the primary reason, his team is doing those things in the first place? Right. And we got to think of a way to make it not suck.
然后呢？
So, where do you think you and your team are at odds? They don't want to practice. They probably hate it because it's tough on them. This is their first time playing on a basketball team, so we're not good and we lose all our practice games. Sports are the most fun when you're winning. I want them to feel that. But for this team to win, we have to put in a lot of practice. I see. And since you're practicing more than normal, they're hating practice more than normal.
想不明白。
What do I do, Uncle Kaz? How can I get them to be okay with practice? Be honest with them. Let's hold a symposium with them. Get on your knees and plead. Yeah. Be honest with them. Or it's more like be honest in the manner in which you practice on conveying it. Like, being honest doesn't, like, I understand this limitation of the writing and whatnot, but being honest is not just that. But or if you're talking to a kid, it might be enough. The process of being honest will encourage the person to self-evaluate and think about how they would convey their ideas. But being honest is not, it doesn't end there. Like, for example, standard internet stuff, like, oh dude, man, you really suck at this game. Like, well, that's very trite and blatant. And then the person's like, oh, don't hate me, I'm just being honest, right? That is not the same being honest with them. Being honest has elements of compassion and sympathy and empathy. That's kind of what I think that's referring to, not the same. Like, strictly being honest is too trite. Generally speaking, you can still be a butthead and people can still hate you and ignore you and do nothing for you despite you being honest. Being honest has different levels of skill and tactfulness. So sometimes you get mixed results when you tell a young person, right, or tell an inexperienced person that being honest comes in many forms. So if you go and just straight up and tell someone, say, oh, being honest is the golden rule, and then they would go around and say, your face is ugly, you're fat, and it's like, don't worry, I'm just being honest, and then that's acceptable. That's not usually how that works out, in my opinion. So that's my 2 cents about being honest, but I would choose this too. Be honest with them. Tell them why you are doing what you're doing. Wouldn't that be best? Really? Yeah. Have you told them what you were thinking, like you just told me? Huh. Well, no, but your intent isn't wrong here. You want to have fun, and you'll see a logical way to get there. Right? It's not a competition about being wrong or right, or who's more right or who's more wrong. It's about communication. But if they don't understand how or why you came to these conclusions, they have to fill in the blanks themselves and might misunderstand you. Right? For the record, people will still misunderstand each other despite truest intentions. It's the idea that you want to keep on working on it, right? People become closer through all the misunderstandings, through all the understandings as well. So if you don't do it at all, there's no chance. And that's kind of the idea. Like, there's less misunderstanding over time when you share, but it doesn't get better if you don't do any of it. And it most certainly doesn't remove all of it. The idea is that misunderstanding is an opportunity to get to know someone better, not necessarily that you can wipe it all out. It's part of the human condition. Communication is necessary at every corner if you're willing to share a space or a world with someone else. If you still end up fighting after being honest with everything, then hey, that's life. And that's effectively part of life, right? In social. But talking past each other just isn't good for anyone involved. Oh, talking past each other is good. When I was using the phrase talking at each other, talking past each other is another great way to express that. I use at because of the internet at, like you're talking at someone, but you're not really responding to them. You're just simply talking past them. That's a great way to place the same sentiment. Maybe you can go find them and tell them how you really feel. Yeah? I think you're right. I think I should. I was only saying we have to practice or we have to win instead of actually explaining what I think it would do for everyone. I should tell them why I want to win, why I want to practice, and why I want to play with them all. Right. And there's one very important piece. Make sure you listen to how they feel too, which basically this is like I know this is a video game and these are fictional characters and it's like a really hustle, like a really fast-paced resolution, but this is I pretty much covered all of it. This happens all the I feel like I have this conversation with the vast majority of younger adults now, anywhere from the age of 16 to 25. These are the typical, like, this is a somewhat of a generic situation. When you fill in all the nuances, throw in all the contextual specificities, the core is still in what he said. There is a lack of compassion most of the time when people talk to each other nowadays online, specifically online. I'm not saying it doesn't happen IRL, but my largest sample size is online, and it's because people talk past each other or at each other. They don't talk with each other or even against each other. Like, there's not even arguments against each other. To talk against each other, you have to actually listen to each other in order to form a counter argument. It's usually someone who simply talks in one direction and does not respond or react or budge or reactively change their narration to address what is being said. It's typically one narrative. So that's kind of I mean, most of these things are going to set up my rants and digressions. That's okay. How they feel? Yeah. If someone says they don't want to practice, there has to be a reason for it, right? Maybe they're just lazy. Maybe they given up on winning. Maybe they're just not that strong. Addressing those reasons while showing understanding and support is very important for a leader. I see. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention or ask them how they felt about stuff. Naturally. Which is topical. Right? I think Koji's age, I think he's in middle school. He might be 11, is what I would think. Or he's written as being 11. For now, the lessons that they're learning now and Kiryu is portraying, I don't think, in my opinion, though, a vast majority of people online have to encounter those lessons until they're 18 or 19 or going to college or eventually trying to get a job. That's probably the first time they encounter this problem. Because if you're in reality, I would say not this situation. In reality, if you're good enough, people listen to you even if they don't want to. So you can still operate that way. Like in reality, there's different ways to be it. Like you can be so good, you can hyper focus on something to the point where you make people care about you. And that is a possibility. You can most definitely still be successful for some time and not have to learn this lesson. You don't have to share compassion or sympathize when you can possibly get people to want to sympathize to you, right? And honestly, I'm gonna be real about this. That's what grifters do a lot of times. Grifters sell products that way far more online now than going through the really not attractive way of saying, hey, you got to spend time understanding your audience. You got to spend time, your audience being anyone who interacts with you. And then you got to be able to spend all that time understanding how you are going to communicate. Like that takes a lot of time. That doesn't sound very attractive. The other road to success, like the hot takes to success, or like the 6 months to global success or the career of your life, those programs, what they would do is, in my opinion, they focus on the idea of make yourself as good as possible and then force people to care about you, right? And that's still a viable option in reality. Like what I mean is, in practice, those exist too. How often, I have no idea. I don't have hardcore data to support whether specialists, the specialist approach is the goaded support. Like, oh, encourage a kid to hyper focus on something, and then it will solve everything because they're going to be so good at that one thing. People will have to care about it. You create the demand for attention as opposed to gathering the attention through empathy and compassion. I was never a superstar in my life, so I'm quite a bit biased. I don't actually know what it's like to, like, for example, if Koji is very talented, I don't think I ever felt that way. I didn't create my career and my success, which I don't usually share very often, through the idea of making myself so important that other people have to care about it. I don't think I've ever was in that position. So effectively what Kiryu is saying is a reflection of my bias, my experience. I think people who are charismatic are compassionate people, and that compassion leads to the appeal that people have for them, not necessarily the depth of their specialty that demands the attention of other people. So naturally, leaders, when I think about leaders, they're charismatic people who aren't expected to specialize in anything. So oftentimes when the cancel culture and people who are like constantly viscerally and passionately, not necessarily malicious, but critical, hypercritical, they are coming from the other mentality. The thing that where they're so good at what they're doing, they find that whoever has more influence and charisma, they criticize them based on their specialty. But what makes influencers, like the leaders, the charismatic leaders, is that they don't particularly specialize in everything, in one thing. They have several strengths, but all their other skills are also reasonably up to sufficiency. That's what makes a leader important. The leader has to invest time in understanding a little of everything. So whenever you're really critical about things, like, oh man, wow, this politician doesn't understand the nuances of the Souls-like community theory of like how to solve problems in this very selective sphere. It's like you're right, they don't. So it's not like you're wrong, right? Like the specialist is not wrong. They are clearly right. The thing is, they are myopic though, as in while they're still right, you can be completely right in a selective sphere, but that doesn't mean you're not ignorant, right? Ignorance still exists whether you specialize in something or not. In fact, when you specialize with something, your ignorance goes up. Even deeper cut, the more you specialize in a field, the more and more likely you feel ignorant, because the more you understand about a field, the less and less you know. Or at least that's from my personal perspective. When you learn more, you have more questions. When you mature and master more things, you have even more questions. So when you become a generalist and you know a little bit about a lot of things, you do earnestly feel like you don't know a lot about a lot of things. But the thing is, when someone's outside of you that can help appreciate that, that demonstrates that they also understand that when you're a leader, you don't have time to cater to just one group of people. I mean, you can kind of choose that if you want, but the impact and the influence of that leader then would be limited. Charisma is not from the idea that someone specifically caters to one person. Charisma is the abilities and skills to adapt to many things. That would also mean that that person doesn't necessarily have the skills to specialize in something. So it's crazy, in my opinion, or not very crazy. It's very appropriate and common to see when people who like work really hard to be a specialist in a skill, and then they can easily, without emotional compassion, like if you're emotionally immature, not a bad or good thing, just happens to be inexperienced. Let's just say emotionally inexperienced. They would criticize like someone who's like, say you see a really popular gamer, and then this person who dedicated their entire life to, I don't know, Hollow Knight, and they're like, yo, this guy, he's not even good. He can't even do what I can do in Hollow Knight. It's like, of course he can't. Or she or they, of course they can't. They do a lot of things. When you spend all your time with one thing, you can easily criticize the person who's who's likely more charismatic and more influential, because you're less influential and less charismatic because you appeal to less people. Your skills are specialized. So oftentimes the difference between a charismatic person and a leader is that the leader and the charismatic and charisma comes with spreading out your knowledge and abilities. It's not coming from because you're the best at a singular thing. And that's not to say that leaders don't have faults. They are likely to be seen as having more faults from any particular one person. That's the burden of leadership. It's the burden of charisma. When you lead, you have many people. When you're out for yourself, you're not cracked out to be a leader. It requires separate skills. So the reason why I'm saying this is because oftentimes whenever someone like trivializes a politician or trivializes anyone in a leadership position, it's often a specialist who only cares about a narrow field. So they raise their voice, they raise their pitch voices, usher in the herd mentality, raise the cancel culture, only for me, in my opinion, when I see that, demonstrate how ignorant they are. And not for better or for worse, because they could probably run laps around me with whatever they specialize in. And that makes me often the person who counter argues, right? Whenever someone says like, oh, you think you're better than everyone because you're language learning, it's like, no, I actually think learning a language makes me not particularly good at focusing on one language. So like when that person said like, oh, you think I'm better than anyone, it's like, it's quite the opposite. The reason why I don't think the Japanese dub is the best by default is because my attention is distributed to more than one language, right? Having a moderacy and balance of appreciation between multiple languages doesn't make you particularly good at any particular thing. So like if I had to concede something, this person probably knows how good Japanese language sounds because that's all they're focused on. My argument is when they thought I was saying I'm better than them, is my argument was they don't have an appreciation for how good English can sound or Chinese can sound because they only focus on Japanese. Now, if that's not true, they would have defended the case, but they said nothing about that. So, like, I was more than ready to be humbled. To me, the only way someone can say something like that is that they have a personal bias and a specialization for something. And I don't usually surround myself with people like that. So I told I kindly told the person, hey, if you're not into appreciating what people make and what people do that I'm appreciating for, then you can choose to go and find company elsewhere that would be more appropriate. So like Koji, for example, here to relate back, he can totally just go and join a group with superstars who's just like him. He could ditch. He could decide to ditch the kids because they suck, right? Like he can come to the conclusion that they suck, and he'll just go and join a superstar team. Now, in that superstar team, there's a chance he will no longer be the superstar. And then eventually he will end up being in the position the kids were when he ditched the kids. And that's usually one of the life lessons. Eventually, you will encounter life will deliver both of those situations. There's going to be a time when you're a superstar, and there's going to be a time when you're not. So, is that important? I mean, I earnestly think it's not quite necessary for people to live their lives happy enough. For myself, yeah, humility, modesty, and compassion are the counters or balance to selfishness, narcissism, and projection. So you can, and what I mean is for a human, if you can appreciate humility, you can also better appreciate when you're really good at something. When you're trying to exercise compassion, you can also appreciate when there is sympathy for you. So when people like give you gifts and compliment you, it's often more appreciated, in my opinion, when you also understand the act of giving or the act of suffering. Your rewards become heightened when you understand how difficult it is to reach them, right? At least that's my personal take on the human condition. So, when I talk to someone, it is incredibly obvious when they grew up thinking that they're always right, and they always think that they're like in the know because somehow no one has ever disagreed with them. It's very obvious when you're talking to someone like that, because they initiate conversation as though the other person doesn't have anything important to say. And that also comes with time, right? So the longer you live, the more likely That's the whole like growing up, right? When you grow up or when you grow older, the longer you live, the more likely you'll encounter all those scenarios. And to me, I think I lived a fairly dynamic life. And it's not a competition, obviously, but whatever the adversities that they're talking about, like they're very like I can empathize with them. Despite having parents, like I have wonderful, loving parents. Both my biological parents are alive today. But I'm also almost 40 years old. I'm about to be 39 in the next couple of days. And I still have people who think that talking to me like I'm a kid is going to like somehow trigger me to act like a kid back. Like, the most responsible thing for someone who is older and experienced is to, you know, embrace stoicism and try to be as encouraging and understanding as possible while allowing the person who is inexperienced and ignorant to maybe appreciate a different pace. That's kind of where that whole empathy and sympathy comes in my opinion. When they said they were sick of practice, I just thought they were lazy or didn't want to win. When you see someone using Duolingo, someone might think that they are too lazy and never want to learn a language. I literally got that multiple times. Took 1 year, and you kind of just get the landscape of Duolingo in general. Like that was 2 years ago, but happens all the time. But yeah, you're right. They have to have their reasons, huh? I need to talk to everyone one-on-one. Alright. Well, I guess technically Kiryu has been a leader. Yeah, it's like whole philosophy. It's like a whole philosophy, and you're so good at explaining it too. What kind of team did you lead? Huh. Oh, well... I managed the #1 cabaret club in Kansai. You want me to? I ran the top organized crime family in Kanto. Right, the whole basis of Yakuza. I'm chairman in a gal gang that protects Okinawa, the big bad dragon. We're gonna go with a throwback to Kiwami too. I ran the #1 cabaret club in Kansai a little while back. Foreshine. No way, really? That's awesome, Uncle Kaz. It was sometimes, but only because of the trust I had with the hostesses and other staff. You can't run a tight ship without being honest and forthright. Huh. A leader needs to be able to face up to his team. That's what that place taught me. I see what you mean. That's so awesome. I'm gonna talk to my team like that. What else did you run, Uncle Kaz? What else? Let's see. The orphanage? Oh! Oh, you can do all of them. Alright, let's just see what he said. I helped run one of the biggest companies, let's say, in Kanto. Did a lot of leader type stuff there. Oh yeah? The Tojo clan thingy? Hold on. How'd you know about that? Well, I don't really know about it. Haruka wouldn't say that much. I see. Anyway, yeah, people worked under me there. Gotta say, a lot of tough times. But I learned a lot too. For example, when you're at the top, sometimes the best way to say something isn't with words. I don't follow. Words are good for communication, but actions can speak louder than words. So can words. Words can also speak louder than actions. But actions and communication are together. They are related to each other. I don't think it's a competition between. how you act in front of your team becomes important. So is how you speak, like how you communicate as well. So neither are more important than the other. They are related to each other because actions can be the communication, and actions can communicate. So both. Like if a leader kept harping on everyone to practice and didn't show up himself, everyone will lose faith in him, right? Which then Koji, you can argue that if you always show up for practice but never communicate, then you fail too as a leader. So both. Basically Kiryu is arguing for the counter because Koji was doing the other side. But you can't always act without speaking either, which would be what Kiryu would say, in my opinion, if Koji was doing the other side of things, where he always showed up for practice but never said anything, right? And expect that actions are all that matters. So this is more like both situation.
怎么办呢？
Right, I get it. I need to lead by example. If I want them to practice, I need to put in the most time and effort. You need to put in time and effort in both, really. What else did you run? Okay. Let's see about the... Well, this is only recently, but I'm sort of chairman in this gal gang that's working to protect Okinawa.
为什么？
A gal gang? You mean like delinquents? Most people will call them that, probably. But they don't do any bad stuff. They fight the people who do bad stuff, actually, to protect Okinawa. And that includes this town, so I came along for the ride from time to time. Unintended. Wow, you're so cool, Uncle Kaz. I want to join too. Oh, maybe not. No can do. Hanukkah's really chew me out if I let you or others join. Anyway, I'm seeing with them... What I'm seeing with them is a leader needs to have a strong drive. Leaders are human, and humans have limits. It's impossible to fully understand everyone on your team. Like, but if the leader has this strong, genuine drives themselves, the team will rally around that to fill in the gaps. Like, I'll do this for them. If a leader is only driven by pleasing everyone and being liked, they'll end up lost and unpopular. I felt that more and more recently. I see. You can't just not make people mad. You need to share what you feel, even if everyone thinks differently. As well as everything else. What else did you run? Okay. What else? That's it. Alright. Let's see.
我要说的大概就这些了。
这样啊，叔叔好厉害啊，还领导过像那样的大团队，我也得加油才行。
但其实，我也还有很多要学的。有一支队伍，我到现在都还带不好呢。
什么队伍？
就是牵牛花呀，要让孩子们团
There
结
it
起来，
is.
和睦相处，真的非常难。在当爸爸这方面，我还是个超级新手，笨手笨脚的，很多事情都做不好。平时总是给小瑶添这样或那样的麻烦，包括
They
孩子们
saved the
心里的
best for
想
last.
法，
Morning Glory.
我也一直都是似懂非懂的。可是，正因为如此，我才必须像这样，认真的和每个人交流，尝
Accountability.
试理解你们。
Accountability and ownership.
红子，说实话，我能教给你的东西，或许并不是那么多。
Right? Disclaimer. It may never always be useful.
我随时都愿意尽力帮助你。你有什么想做的？
And then
我都
good
会支
faith.
持。你是一个好孩子，不仅心地善良，还能为朋友着想。这一点，我再清楚不过了。只要你好好和大家沟通，我想大家肯定也都会理解你的。所以，好好和你的队友聊聊吧。
我明白了，我这就去。谢谢叔叔。
啊。
叔叔，
嗯，怎么了？
没事，只是我有一句话想和叔叔说。
什么话？
刚才叔叔说，四喜到现在都还带不好牵牛花，但是我不这么觉得。对我，还有对大家来说，叔叔就跟爸爸一样，是能真正依靠的人，是我们最喜欢的、最棒的队长啊！
红刺，
我也想像叔叔那样，成为一个受很多人敬仰的人。所以，拿出自信来吧，叔叔。不对，爸爸。
原本是打算鼓励你的，结果反被你给鼓励了呀！加油
That's
吧，
cute.
红刺。
I guess we don't see how he resolves everything. Oh no, he does. Okay.
叔叔，
嗯？哦，红刺。还有你们是红刺的队友吧？大伙聚一块儿，这是怎么了？
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，叔叔，快看，
Aw, they
这
won.
是奖杯。
我们队啊，在篮球大赛上拿了
Second
亚军
place.
哦。
Nice.
虽然在最后决赛里输给了6年级的队伍，但也只差1点就赢了。
哦，你们很厉害嘛！太好了，恭喜你们呐！
6th grade. So
是
maybe
队伍里面每一个人的功劳啦。
不
12.
对，都是多亏有
11,
红刺
12,
这个队长啊！如果没有红刺，我们是不可能坚持到底的，对吧？
因为红刺跟我们讲了许多真心话，该怎么说呢？
And
搞
their
得我们也都
faces
想
look
拿出
so
干劲儿来了。
weird.
我也是，一开始我是完全没兴致的，因为红四说想要和大家好好聊聊，然后我们都坦白了心里的想法。看到他这么有热情，还愿意为我们考虑，我就觉得跟着他努努力，说不定也不错。我是这么想的。
还有我，本来篮球打得很差，但红刺特别有耐心，手把手的教我，我打得就越来越好啦。水平提升之后，打篮球的时候也感觉越来越开心。所以，我真的非常感谢红刺，谢谢你，队长。
大家，别这样，该说谢谢的人是我才对。一开始我只会喊什么一定要赢，逼大家练习，根本不去理解大家的想法，真的很对不起。可是你们肯和我聊这些，愿意和我说心里话，所以我们才能成为一支团结的队伍，每个人才能发挥出更强的实力。不过大赛已经结束了，这支队伍也要解散。但如果大家愿意，我还想和你们当朋友，一起打篮球，一起玩别的。这些天下来，真的很感谢你们。
当然愿意啊，以后也来一起打篮球吧。
我们不如现在就去打吧。红刺，等下有时间吗？
当然有。
好，那我们走吧，比一比谁最先跑到球场。
我现在体力变好了，不会输给你的。
好啊，那就走吧。叔叔，我们去玩了。
啊，快去吧，队长。
大家都站好，预备，冲啊！
Nice. They changed up Koji's thing. So no baseball. Baseball is not involved, but really, really nice. That's actually a different change, and they got, like, some of the kids got more. Like, they rebalanced it and distributed the runtime across all of them.
真期待快长成美味的食材吧。多谢了。
And then now Taichi is next, which I imagine it's still about the wrestling
要
thing.
好好长大呀。
The question is, are they gonna do the thing where, like, you're at the beach, and because there was more about Taichi. Taichi had a condition, but the condition was interesting. So he had like a physical condition, and then there was a lot going on with Taichi. Taichi actually had a lot of the runtime when it comes to like highlight stories, because he was wrestling, but then he had like a respiratory problem. But then it turned out to be not as serious because he had an allergy to something. So then he could continue to wrestle in the future. He really liked wrestling. And there was the whole thing about like getting him wrestling like material and stuff when you're in all of that stuff did not those sub stories I don't think exist anymore. So there was still quite a lot of other things that embellished the kids, like indirectly. Now it feels like it's more tightly written and tightly allocated to a specific place. So we're doing Aichi. Ayako was the money thing, and then like trying to follow in Haruka's footsteps, like being responsible and whatnot. Let's see if how Taichi is written now. Huh. Ai. Yeah, I'm just writing this essay about what I want to be when I grow up. I wonder if did they just go into straight firefighting? I think he ended up being a firefighter at some point, but it's probably wrestling. Sounds like good stuff. What do you want to be? A pro wrestler. Okay. They're the strongest, coolest, and most awesome. Huh. Pro wrestler. That's very you. I know, right? I've already got the strongest part down. Okay, so what's the problem? Well, I'm stuck on this part. Let's see. What are you doing now to make your dreams come true? Aren't you doing things, though, to pursue your dream, like studying the rules or training or... No, not really. I mean, I don't need to train or get better. I've never lost. If I just keep it up, how would I not become a pro wrestler? Like, if I stay undefeated, I mean. The frog in the well. The frog in the well knows nothing of the sea. Or, a small fish, right? A large fish in a small pond. Huh? What? Frog. What's that mean? Well, whatever. Once I dominated the junior sumo tourney, I'll just write, I already beat everyone, so I don't need to do anything else to become a pro wrestler. Phew. All this thinking makes me hungry. Yeah, Uncle Kaz. Oh boy, Taichi. Not getting through to him. Might need more of a direct approach. Okay, are we doing the wrestling thing though? Are they keeping in the wrestling narrative? Where is he? Oh. Okay, he's wrestling with the boyos. The heck? Where's Taichi? What's up, you two? Oh, Uncle Kaz, it's finally the day of the junior sumo tourney. Oh. Junior sumo tourney. Oh, right, you mentioned it before. Yeah, the matches are starting on the beach. Oh, okay. A bunch of kids from the other school are in it too. So it really will decide who the strongest in town is. Okay. So they didn't go with the luchador thing. Like kind of like the pro wrestling thing. Well, we already know the answer to that question, don't we? Got this in the bag, alright. Now the question is he gonna like have the allergy again? End up training then to make sure you win? Huh. Why would I need to do that? There's no way I'll lose. Right. Come and watch, right? It's over at the beach, alright. Let's go. Oh, let's see.
红四，
How's Taichi doing? Hey, Uncle Guys, he's in good shape. This is the final round, okay.
怎么办呢？
Let's see. But the kid he's against, well, just look. The heck? That ain't no kid. What in the world? He won the last tournament. Both his parents are martial artists, apparently. Dude, that is not a kid. Dude, do you think Taichi might lose to him? Does look strong, but you never know until it's over. Let's see what happens. On my right, we have Andre-kun. Okay. Alright. That kid's like... What is that? Like a high school kid? What are we even talking about here? Okay. Like twice the size. Oh, here we go.
太医，
So they didn't go with the like the short scare about his physical limitations or anything like just I lost so fast and everyone was watching. And like for some reason when I saw the crowd, I got super nervous. And I even talked all that crap about being the best. And now I have that essay. Guess I can't be a pro wrestler now.
不，
Taichi, it's too soon to give up, isn't it? And now we're talking about yeah, now we're talking about planning. The whole idea of aspirations and road bumps and overcoming aspirations and road bumps. It's impossible now. I mean, now I'm a loser, right? I lost. I lost the tournament for kids. Taichi. But being such a crybaby. You don't have the right to cry. Turn that frown upside down. Oh my goodness. Let's just go with this bottom one. Turn that frown upside down, mister. Don't cry. You don't have the right to cry. Okay, I guess he's just gonna say everything. What? I don't have the right?
啊，
Yeah. If you're gonna feel sorry for yourself, at least give it your best shot first. You decide to settle for good enough and you lost. You didn't lose to your opponent, you lost to your own pride and arrogance. It's not hard to see. The right to feel frustrated, you earn that by giving your best effort. But if I did try and still lost, that would suck even more. Doing your best doesn't mean you'll win, right? The other guy might still be better, so what's the point? Why try hard if I'm going to win? If I'm not going to win? Yep, very topical. Right, I mean, honestly, that's kind of what it sounds like when I talk to people much older than Taichi. Taichi, yes, it's important to want to win, but there's actually a different battle going on that's more important. A different battle than the match itself? Yeah, personal growth. Personal motivations. Identity. What it's like to overcome adversity. Working hard. Doing things that are hard at first to improve upon them. Being able to appreciate your hard work by actually doing hard work. not constantly looking for the shortest path of resistance, because without resistance you do not have a proportional reward, right? Always doing things that are always fun, always doing things that are guaranteed to happen. Internet hot ticks. Yep. That battle is one of effort. Who wants it more? What are you willing to give for the win? If you leave it all in the ring, that becomes more important than the outcome. A hard-fought loss is worth more than a lazy win. That's definitely far more elegant than than what I just said. How could losing be worth more? Oh, do personal growth.
是啊，
For example, let's see. You want to be a pro wrestler, right? So who's your favorite wrestler? Yeah, my favorite wrestler is Genta Dobashi. I have no idea who that is. And why do you like Genta Dobashi? He's strong and he's really cool. Okay. Generalizations.
然后呢？
Is that all? There's a lot of strong, cool wrestlers out there. Why do you like Dobashi-san the most? Well, okay, so Dobashi-san was the undisputed champ, right? But he lost the title because he got super duper sick and had to be in a hospital. But then he got better and did this whole rehab, and when he came back, he was even stronger and he became the champ again. His comeback match, it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. That's when I knew for sure no one's better than Dobashi-san. I see. And tell me, did Dobashi-san ever lose a match?
不，
Yeah, of course. Even if you're good, you still lose. But every time he does, he turns around and gets a win. Wait. Common tactic. You point out things and let the other person's logic take over, right? Not quite as effective the older the person gets, because they start building a cage that is really strong. So, like, the older someone gets, like, if you're talking to like a 22-year-old, they had more time, like, Tai Chi is 12. If you're talking to someone who's 21, they have like 9 years of cyclic arguments and stuff that you would have to circumvent. So, however, this is kind of a cute example when you're trying to apply it to maybe someone who's a lot younger and have a lot more predictable and less caged rationality. But man, it gets tougher and tougher. And it's what Kiryu said before. It gets harder and harder with age. The older you get, it's going to be tougher and tougher to find that reasoning.
哦，我懂了，叔叔。
终于想明白了吗，太医？
我之所以会喜欢土桥选手，不是因为他一直能赢，而是因为他输了也总能重新站起来，很帅气。
没错，太医。人最重要的是选择怎样的活法。
活法？
活法。
一个人的魅力和价值，并不只由他的成就决定，更取决于在面对目标和梦想，还有眼前的困难时，如何选择和应对。如果你真的立志成为一名职业摔跤手，那在纠结输赢之前，先学会怎么活得帅气吧，就像你喜欢的土桥选手那样。
是啊，叔叔说的对，对不起，我太大意，太自以为是了。明明平时都不练习，还装得很厉害，输了以后又扭扭捏捏的，真的好丢人。叔叔，我想成为一个顶天立地的男子汉，想找到更加帅气的活法，然后我一定会赢回来的。
太医，
让我怎么练都行，叔叔，你能 你能带我特训吗？求求你了！
你这不是挺帅的吗？好啊，我会想尽办法狠狠磨练你的。
嘿，真的吗？
既然太医下定决心要努力了，我肯定得全力支持啊。不过，我的训练可是相当严格的哦。你确定你跟得上吗？
当然了，放马过来吧！
Nice. Mame was at it. Squats. We got the training montage. Aw, even a photobomb. That's cute. Wait, does he have redemption?
都挺进决赛了。
真的真的，
Alright.
一眨眼
He
就打
does
进
get
决赛了呀
redemption.
太医比以前厉害了好多啊！
这也是多亏了叔叔的特训吧。
其实我也没帮上什么忙，都是这小子自己努力的成果。
不过，决赛的对手是上次那个。
The heck, dude? I ain't no
替山安德
I ain't
烈
no elementary
那
school
家伙
student.
在气势上就和别人不一样啊。
太医，加油啊！
I mean, it's pretty comical.
东方
Get it?
安德烈，西方太医，对视行礼，预备，开始。
上啊！加油啊！
加油啊，太医！
我不会输，我不会输的。这就是我的
Suplex?
我显的活法。
Wait. Oh. Okay.
我回来了，拍照什么乱七八糟的都搞完了。
太医，原来你没事啊！
我有什么事？
你刚才被一个抱摔撂倒，然后输掉了。
Okay. Cute.
我不甘心啊！我超不甘心的，这次比上次输掉还要不甘心。
太医，
但不像上次，我现在心里挺舒畅的，因为我已经拼命努力过了。我是努力过才输掉的，一点都不丢人。而且，下次我肯定不会输的。
太医，
这还用说吗？你是最强的，全人类最强。
哪有你说的那么夸张了？
哎呀，你说什么？叔叔，你觉得我有没有稍微帅起来一点？有没有变强啊？
当然了，不仅你的身体，你的内心也变强了。刚才那场比赛虽然结果有点可惜，但你表现得非常帅气哦，太医。
真的吗？我想也是。我还想变得更加强大，所以下次再陪我特训吧。说，爸爸。
在聊什么？下次修行的计划吗？
下次也带上我们嘛！我也想变强。
就是，只有太医一个人也太不公平了。 去院子里比一比，赢的人才能修行。
好啊，让你们见识下我的新招——太一飞踢。
All right, that was really good. Oh, hey, is that the last rank? Dude, Tai Chi's one is really good. Like they made, I think it's, oh, that I think the Morning Glory stuff is really good. Ayako is last, but that Tai Chi thing was really cool. It was really good. Oh, okay, level 10 is max, so we did manage to get to level 10. Underrated. Dang. Such a good. The Morning Glory stuff. While, you know, they could have included more things and all that stuff from the old game and like the Yakuza 3 and remaster, what they have is really wonderful. Like, it's above and beyond. It's different, but it's also above and beyond. Man, I started thinking all these things, you know, when they're talking about father figure and they want to do things in the future. I hope that that's what they're doing. Like, in my opinion, next game, it doesn't. I'm sorry, Akiyama and all the other ones, but honestly, you don't get to see the kids too often anymore, and I doubt Like a Dragon 9 is gonna feature more of Kiryu in that sense, because you did get to see Taichi again, and in Gaiden you got to see Ayako and Taichi briefly at the end of Gaiden, but those are different timelines now. I actually am totally on board with, instead of, like, for me, the hot take is Like a Dragon 9 would feature all 9 kids, but it can't happen because it's Kasuga's, you know, it's Kasuga's series. But they can totally feature the kids on this split timeline. I'm just saying. Like, having the kids at the center point instead, pretty... I'm on board with that. Taichi has often been like the center, like the bigger center focus. And yeah, and it's no different. The ending was, or like this story ending was awesome. It almost kind of makes me want a game dedicated to this part. Like the future part. So like not have Kiryu go AWOL, get dragged back in Yakuza 4, right? Like the way Kiryu got dragged back in Yakuza 4, which makes him then go into hiding in Yakuza 5, and then go into further hiding in Yakuza 6, but instead just... Alright, we're gonna pull a separate storyline that follows up an existence where the children are part of his narrative, instead of him like segregating himself, because the children has always kind of been there in the background, and then they try to find closure in Yakuza 6, and then in Gaiden, because he erased his name, right? And it still hasn't happened yet. Up to Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth, he is like so he's basically now it's obvious to the children that he's still alive, but he is presumed deceased after Like a Dragon 6. Like, since Like a Dragon 6, for like the next 4 or 5 years, Haruka, well, all of them think, you know, Taichi and Ayako visits his gravesite and all that, you know, like the mocked up gravesite, but after the events of Like a Dragon 8, it would be very difficult to hide his whereabouts because he had to reveal his existence. But anyways, they still do the clandestine thing where like the kids at the orphanage assumes that he is no longer with them, right? But Haruka, it's constantly teased that Haruka, maybe even Taichi and Ayako, doesn't assume they passed. And there's also still Like a Dragon 6 where it introduces what's his name? Yuta? Jota? Yuta? Haruka's husband, right? And the kid, oh, what is his name? Haruko? Um, there's all of those things that could technically change. And what I mean by is Haruka's kid, like his grandchild, you know, spirit grandchild in that way. Alright. Let's do last one. Tackle. Man, this stuff is great. I could play a game like this instead. That's kind of what I thought. I often wanted to play Shenmue, right? But Shenmue has this not quite the focus that I enjoy. I haven't played Shenmue myself, but I've watched a lot of Shenmue. I kind of just want to play a game that deals with kind of these things in a way in the future. Like this part, I love these type of things. Just as much as like the mini games and etc. Anyways, go and check out Aiko, which should be about responsibilities. Alright, that should be it for meal prep. Next, I need to look over Shiro's homework. Yep. Hey, Aiko, you seem busy. Hey, Uncle Kaz. Yeah, just a little. I've been taking on more stuff for everyone recently. It's a lot, but I'm glad they know they can count on me. Thing I can help with? No, it's alright. After Haruka, I'm the oldest one, and she's always doing so much for us all. I need to pull my weight too. Yep. The same narrative. Oh, well, don't overdo it, okay? Stress isn't good for anyone. That's a deep cut. You need to take time for yourself too. Yep. Can't help people if you can't help yourself. After all, you have your own wants and needs, right? Yeah, okay. I'll try and make time for myself. Thanks. Oh, here we go. Taking on too much. Alright. No, 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 no. It's not about the cooking. Stop. Kiryu, please. Oh, actually, the trigger point is out here.
Oh.
Whose are those? Whose are these? They look pretty old and worn out. Oh, those? They're mine. They are? Well, looks like you put a lot of miles on them. Yep. They were the first things I've ever bought with my own money. I guess I'm sort of random ragged by now. They might still do the money thing. Ah, been through a lot together, huh? No wonder you've held on to them. But you look ready to fall apart. Why don't we go get you a new pair? Yeah, I guess so. But actually, I think maybe I'm okay. You sure? The shape these are in, you must take it a little seriously. Do you like running? Yeah. Oh. Ever since I was little, I used to go running with my dad in the park on his days off.
抱歉，
I'm sorry, Ayako. I didn't mean to bring up something painful. No, I'm okay. Running with dad. Those aren't painful memories. They're precious memories. I see. It's weird though. I feel like I haven't actually seen you out running much before. Have you stopped going recently? Yeah, basically, I've been kind of busy with other stuff, so I'm taking some time off. If you want to run, Ayako, then you should, you know? Uncle Kaz, I'm fine. There's nothing for you to worry about. I'm just kind of tired of running, so I'm taking a break. That's it. Oh, I just remembered something. I just remembered something I have to do. Okay. I don't remember if she was interested in running originally. That certainly makes it interesting. So they didn't do the money thing yet. Oh, hey, the shirt's there. Mitsuo's shirt. Oh, oh, hey, and the second place trophy. Oh, I didn't even realize. Wait. How do I do the camera thing? First person perspective. There's the movie tickets. Okay, so they put out all the stuff. Yeah. So you have mementos. Mementos from all the completion stuff. Even the Mame thing. Wait. Hold up. All right. Is this the money thing? Uncle Kaz? Oh, hey, Leona. What's up? Look at these. Oh, I know those shoes. They're Aiko's, right? Yeah, they're the ones Aiko's love, aren't they? That's why I thought it was weird that they were in the trash. Did Aiko give up on running? Give up? Yeah, I mean, she was always saying how she wanted to go to a middle school with a really good track program. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her going on runs recently. I wonder if something happened. Thanks for telling me. I'll go ask her about it. All this. Okay, thanks, Uncle Cuz. What? What? Ooh, okay. Are you really not coming, Aiko-chan? Yeah, sorry, I have stuff I have to get done at home. Next time though, okay? Okay, no problem. But next time for sure then. Okay, they changed the narrative. Now it's always putting herself second, which is like the whole adult responsibility thing, right? So, uh, Aiko is the growing up too quickly situation where she while she wants to help, she's taking on responsibilities too quickly. These scarecrows don't last very long, right, girl? You got anything else? Okay. Yeah, she's growing up too quickly, and there's a lot of things involved. First, taking on responsibilities also mean that there's less trust. Less trust means that like you don't allow support to come in, right? You don't let other people trust other people to take care of themselves, while at the same time they believe they're taking on a lot of responsibilities in which they're neglecting their own health. And that's like you have to slow down your role situation, and then not being able to exercise like self-love and that type of early on onset for, let's just say, being far more taking on way more than one is able to, or being able to see that they're able to. Welcome back. Yep. You have a minute? Huh. Sure. Okay. So you wanted to talk, Uncle Kaz. How should I start? Start with the grades? Just go straight to running. Right. Ako, have you been running recently? No, not really. I've been busy with other stuff, so... I see.
叔叔，
Uncle Kaz, what is it? What do you really want to ask?
我刚才在垃圾箱里发现了这个。
啊，
玲子为什么要把它们丢掉？
因为已经穿破了，我想这已经没法穿了，就丢掉了，以后也用不上了。
用不上了，这是为什么？跑步对你来说，应该是很重要的事情吧？而且，你不是还说过，你以后要去那所田径队很厉害的初中上学吗？
哎，叔叔怎么知道？
这是多了不起的目标啊！玲子的成绩也很优秀，这个梦想对你来说完全可以实现吧？现在这又是为什么？
因为不行的。
不行。
牵牛花还有这么多小朋友，小瑶姐姐也在努力照顾着大家，怎么可以只有我一个人去追逐梦想呢？
Yep.
我
Lack of
真的
self-love.
非常感谢牵牛花，我本来无依无靠，是这里给了我一个家，每天过得虽然辛苦，但也很幸福。虽然大家也不太让人省心，但我真的很喜欢大家。我打心底里希望大家都能健康成长，都能成为独当一面的大人。
玲子，
所以，虽然我喜欢跑步，但还是算了。我已经决定好了。
可是你这样真的不会后悔吗？
对我来说，牵牛花的大家的梦想，要比我自己的梦想更重要。叔叔，你想呀，我本来打算去的那所田径很厉害的学校，可是私立中学啊，私立的学费很贵的吧？为了大家，今后叔叔还有好多好多花钱的地方呢，怎么能一下子就送我去上私立呀？
你在说什么呀？钱的事情不用你操心，
Yeah.
只要是为了玲子，再
There's
多
no
的钱
mutual
叔
trust
叔不要
either.
逞强的，就连我都知道，牵牛花经营的很困难。
But she's not trusting the rest
叔
of the
叔不要勉
family.
强自己，非送我去上什么私立的。我去上私立，就有可能害得其他孩子不得不放弃梦想啊！我不希望看到那种事，所以没关系的，就让我的梦一直是个梦吧。
玲子，为什么你就一定要坚持牺牲自己呢？
因为我是个孤儿呀！我给叔叔和大家添了好多麻烦吧？我这样子还想去追逐梦想，也太自私了！
你这傻孩子！谁说孤儿就不能追梦了？谁说孤儿就没资格实现梦想了？什么时候有这种道理了？
叔叔，
玲子，你听好，我从来没有认为你和其他孩子给我添过半点麻烦。我对你们只有感谢，感谢你们愿意来到我的身边。这就是我唯一的想法。玲子，你猜我这辈子最期待的事是什么？
哎，我猜不到。
就是看到你们这些孩子都能带着梦想和希望茁壮成长，不断进步，
Yeah.
努力活出属于自己的人生。所以，因为是孤儿就要放弃自己的梦想，我不想听到你说出这么伤感的话。
叔叔，对不起。
不，我才要道歉。刚才不该那么大声吼你的。 来跑步吧，玲子。我知道你这丫头犟得很，哪怕我说的再多，但既然你已经下了决心，肯定不会轻易改变想法的吧？所以我们干脆就来比试一下吧。如果你赢了，我就同意你放弃自己的田径梦。但是，如果我赢了，你就要把梦想坚持下去。
叔叔，
怎么样？要接受我的挑战吗？还是说，你怕自己会输给我？
我怎么可能会怕呀？好啊，我接受挑战，来比比吧，叔叔。不过，我可不会放水啊，没关系吗？
你这么说正合我意。
哦，这是在干嘛呢？
太一，你能帮我个忙，把大家都叫来吗？
哦，是有
Okay.
什么活动吗？
All of them are going to show appreciation, which was part of the original narrative. Only this time is about running. They didn't do like it's kind of like a combination of all of it without the money thing. Oh wait, I'm actually doing something. Oh, okay.
叔叔肯定跑不过我。
可别小瞧我们成年人。
I wasn't expecting this. Oh wait, I don't know if there was a if there was a chase scene before, like to follow her. I could have sworn there is actually. There was a sequence like this.
叔叔，你累不累？还能继续跑吗？
哼，我怎么可能这就累了？
Dude, pick up your feet. What are you doing?
有两下子啊，玲子。
叔叔也不赖啊。
叔叔不会。
And now you tackle her. I'm just kidding. This is where Kiryu tackles her. Oh yes, I do remember this. It used to end at the it ended at the club at the dead end. Or it ended either in the little one alleyway or at the end of the club.
不愧是立志加入田径队的，有两下子。
Did you win though? Oh, she's not even wearing her shoes anyways.
我也是。
The heck?
这场比试是我赢了。
看来是这样的。
Disappointing.
没怎么练习，还能跑这么快。如果坚持训练，我肯定完全跟不上。你这孩子真的很了不起啊！
Disappointing, man.
谢谢夸奖。
You're old.
不过怎么说呢，好久没像这样跑步了，心情真舒畅啊。到头来，我果然还是喜欢跑步啊。
100 meters. A really great recent anime movie
怎么说？
about running in
以后
dreams.
真的再也不跑了吗？
叔叔，我还想继续跑下去。我想考上那所学校，加入田径队，然后。
That's the synopsis for the 100-meter
因为
movie.
是私立，所以可能要花很多钱，但我一定会加油的。这样可以吗？
怎么会不可以呢？我想从你嘴里听到的，就是这几句话。无论什么出身，哪怕是孤儿，每个孩子都有为自己描绘梦想的权利。我会全力支持你的。 你就朝着梦想一冲到底吧，玲子。
叔叔，谢谢你。
不用谢。你愿意跟我说心里话，我很高兴。我该谢谢你才是。
玲子，
嗯，
大家，这是怎么了？这个，给你，
No.
这是我们给玲子准备的礼物。给我的？打开看看吧。这是
Ooh,
是双
fancy.
新的跑鞋。为什么？
你总是花时间帮我们的忙嘛，这是谢礼了。
是大家把各自的零花钱凑起来买的。我们猜玲子姐姐肯定会高兴的。谢谢玲子姐姐平时的照顾。
我们稍微讨论了一下，觉得大家可能有点太依赖玲子了。
我们以后会更懂事一些的。我们会努力不再什么事都麻烦玲子姐姐，让姐姐能多把精力放在田径上。
我也打算再努力一点，代替玲子多多照顾大家，不让她那么操心。所以，那个，你不要放弃啊！
我们也想支持玲子去追逐梦想啊，所以继续跑吧，玲子。大家真的谢谢你们。
No. That's cute too.
玲子，在学习呢。
在准备入学考试，想考上那所学校还挺难的呢。不过，我一定会考上的，叔叔。
我相信你，肯定没问题的，但也别把自己累坏了哟。我去给你泡杯茶吧。
那麻烦你了，叔叔。好，加油喽！
Oh, that's all of them. There was one line that Kiryu said that is really awesome. Kind of Tai Chi included. I think one of the most rewarding things, at least personally, like I don't really know about others, but I think the most rewarding things about like working with kids or maybe having a child of your own and like teaching at a college or teaching high school, whatever, is the idea of seeing them grow up and chasing their dreams and whatnot. I was gonna make a little bit of more of a somber, sobering comment. Not everyone has those opportunities, right? Obviously, I'm not naive to the idea that not all children gets those choices, right? You don't, it's a privilege a lot of times, despite me believing it's a right? It's a liberty for all children that I wish was a reality, but obviously reality is crueler than that. But even then, that's pretty much the most rewarding thing you can have when you're basically Kiryu's age, which is 41-ish right now. And I already mentioned this yesterday, but I'm around that age already, and it's one of the most rewarding things. Watching kids grow up, chasing their dreams, and hopefully that they continue to have those privileges and chances to do so. I feel like the biggest hurtful or thing, like the worst feeling ever, is seeing a child give up even before they start. It's probably the most heart, like it's the, like, it's pretty devastating. So when Kiryu said that the worst thing, you know, one of the worst things Ayako can do is to give up on a dream, because then Kiryu would be someone who witnesses one of his children just giving up, and it's probably especially one's own personal responsibilities. It's a bleeding heart situation. It already feels pretty rough seeing it from the outside, like in a third person kind of thing, like other people's children and whatnot. But it's especially difficult if it's your own.
真期待收获的那一天呢。收获不小啊。
All right. So that pretty much almost took up all my time, because I wasn't expecting it to be so like so much, so extra. But it's great to hear. It's great to see that they had, all of them had scenes. That's technically they all had sub-stories, and all the sub-stories had more writing, like more, there were kind of like 2 sets of interactions, 2 to 3 sets of sub-story interactions with each of the kids, but they were written in a way that kind of, it was like lore related. It's kind of all like around the place, and now it's like collected in one place. So you could kind of say it's like a streamlined, it got streamlined for consumption for the entire orphanage. But it's such a neatly packaged.
真是乖孩子。
Okay. Okay. Okay, it's just a task. Oh. Come on, do something. Alright, alright. So now we gotta start working on the other thing. We still got one more. We got the big bad dragon thing. I think that's a little bit more campier and zanier. So let's go and work on our before the day's over. Got like an hour or two. Okay. Did we get more points? Not a lot more points though. Just complete our upgrades. Okay. Alright. Now we're going off to the big bad dragon, which we did quite a lot of the first time around. And that progress is not retained. So now we gotta go and we sort out all the big bad dragon groups and squads and whatnot. So now we can just go in and start hammering our way at this. We have to recruit a specific number of peeps too. Okay, so it's always gonna be this group. Okay, we'll use this group. All right. We're gonna use this skill. Speeds things up. What? Just walk by and... Alright. Nice. I feel like I'm missing someone. Like another... Hey, missing someone from the group. Like, do we eventually get Mia? Maybe? Oh, maybe I can buy him somewhere. I haven't considered that. Like in the... like in one of the mini games or something. Like mini game stores. Maybe. Go find the others. We still have to do all the sub stories too, so that's gonna be another time.
请加我一下，加上没问题。
Ah! That startled the heck out of me. I thought you can't get hit by them, but you still can. Holy heck, that startled the crap out of me. That's the same thing. The same thing happened when I accidentally ran into the street and Casca got hit by a car, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that my heart just jumped. Jumped just now. Unexpected jump scare. Look both ways before you jaywalk.
全力冲上去！
Lesson learned. I legitimately thought they would always like stop.
怎么这么弱啊？
Stop. Get out of my face.
警卫队，
Okay. Oh man. Heart's still a little bit elevated from that. Okay. Well, you look interesting.
啥？
There are usually some like Easter, like some funny references for the clan peeps. Oh man, we might have to collect all the locker keys as well. Why does this box look so suspicious? Is there a locker key here? Okay.
いらっしゃいませ。
Spam. Mary Kitchen, Blue Seal, Polar Bear Vanilla. Just in case we need them. Oh man, my stomach just rumbled. Okay.
ありがとうございました。
Oh, look at... Okay, sorry. Alright. Okay. Actually, let's see what items are in the halls.
瞄，请加我一下。加上，没问题。
Hold. Okay.
その目つきが気に入らね
You need to calm down. Okay, so I suggest you turn around. You're clear to enter. Okay. There is still Coliseum, right? Yeah, we still got Coliseum at the Kamurocho place there. Okay. Wow. Okay. I just want to know what kind of items you have here. Do you have other people in here? Oh, you have the chicken guy. A chicken woman? Alright. Got some... Okay. Some cosmetics. For chips. Stickers. Okay. I think there's a achievement for playing like 10 mini games. I'm not sure if there are exactly 10. Is this the Mahjong Hall? Oh no. Traditional. Okay, oh. Some throwback. Itsuko is here, and then the Earth Angel Mama. Ooh. Sexy lock screen. Alright. Okay, I don't see any members here. Okay. Or coming back with like, I don't know, cheat items or something. Gambling. Can't be bothered. Gotta use all the auto win items. I did notice some. Can I grab the same thing over and over again?
我看看，请加我一下。加上，没问题。
Grab locker keys. Alright, buddy.
全力冲上去！
It's time to leave. Not your town.
怎么这么弱啊？
I kick you.
警卫队，
Okay. Alright. Gotta collect all the members. New squad member. Okay. Uh.
瞄准，请加我一下。加上，没问题。
Oh, I remember that. They kept the iconic Stan guy. You know, the upper floor did get changed with some arcade machines and stuff. Oh yeah, this place looks wider. They widened this area. Oh wait, we gotta find out what you guys actually sell. What do you sell? We have so much meat. Okay. I remember how tiny this place was. Like, it feels wider, but it doesn't, it's not like that. Notice. Oh, okay, so you can, alright, that's fine. I think it's definitely wider, for sure. What do you sell here? Oh, all the other ingredients. Oh, but you can buy this stuff. You gotta at least buy those. One hot pepper. Okay. We also need to spin the raffle 100 times. Alright. Okay, we got the shogi guy. And then the arcade machines. Ooh. Wait. Is it this thing?
就拍这个。好，拍好了。
Very neat. What do you serve here? Oh, I haven't even visited a restaurant yet. Oh my goodness, that looks so delicious. Oh my goodness. Alright, I guess we might as well. Oh. Okinawa soba. I wonder what makes it unique. Alright.
我开动了，真好吃啊！
Look at that feast. That dessert looks
我吃
amazing.
好了。
Alright. Oh, we get raffles for that too. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. This thing.
就拍这个。好，拍好了。
I'm not cultured enough to know if that is an actual thing or not. So what do we have available? We have Slash Out. I'm not familiar with that one. Emergency Call Ambulance. What the? Magical Truck Adventure? I don't know. I don't know of these three at all. Okay, that's guys to change out the UFO catcher. Alright, cool. I am not familiar with those three titles. We'll come back.
加好友吧。加上。
Gotta collect our social links. Okay. Alright. Okay. Keeping my eyes peeled here.
喵，请加我一下。加上。我看看，加好友吧。加上，没问题。
We do have to collect I was trying to
老实躺会儿吧。
input properly there. We do have to collect La 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 stuff. There's a sequence for La 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 stuff too.
喵，加好友吧。加上。
The commercial that they were hinting at. I wonder if Haruka is gonna be involved in that commercial. You got anything that I want to collect? Oh yeah, you just gonna. Make sure we have stocked up. Ooh, Nintendo. 36 raffle tickets. Nope, no, you're good.
我看看。请加我一下。
What happens when?
加上，没问题。
Okay, nothing happens. All right, guys, get the heck out.
怎么这么弱啊？
How dare you?
警卫队，
Oh, we also have to complete all the training stuff. The move thing, so I can finally tiger drop someone. Still haven't tiger dropped anyone. What is this? Oh.
就拍这个。好，拍好了。
That's the La La Land thing. Right here. Clothing. How much? How much do these things cost? Okay. Those Dragonair cups, though. Ooh, glasses. Okay. What do you have for sale here? Clothing? Oh, there it is. 50 clothing items. Okay. Oh, we're kind of running low on funds here. Okay. Promo video. I think that's what we are looking for here. What in the double ice cream is going on there? Oh. Okay. Okay. What? Okay. It said it has increased area, but it didn't really increase that much. Alright. Okay. Get out of my town. Oh, you butthead. Can you stop, please? Alright, I'm done with this. Wow. Just kept interrupting. Uncalled for. Okay. Alright. Alright. Next one. There is a lot. Okay, so that's the billiards. Well, I'm guessing one of these is... This one's definitely the billiards. Right. Yes. And then, oh, right. Darts. Okay. No, I'm guessing Mahjong is the one next to it. What else we have? Clothing. Yeah, bargains. They're kind of expensive. Oh, I see. Oh, I don't have enough money. Wait. It's gonna be close. No. Okay, I'm missing one shoe. One pair of shoes.
我看看，请加我一下。加上，没问题。找到了。楽しませてもらうぜ。
All right.
真是浪费。
Just enough cash. Gotta buy the last thing. Clean everyone out. So we can play dress up in a bit. Okay. So we got a full suit. Okay.
真是耽误时间。
Okie dokie.
全力冲上去！
Yeah, only one fist.
怎么这么弱啊？
Okay.
警
Fine.
卫队，
Okay. Welcome to the fold.
活躍しちゃうわよ。
What's up here? Oh, this is the Mahjong hall. Then what is? Oh, is it karaoke? That must be karaoke then. The karaoke kin. Right. Yep. Okay.
我看看，请加我一下。加上。
Okay. Join the fold.
よろしく頼むぜ。
Are we good? I imagine some of the sub stories will also have members. Let's go and do this stuff. We have to recruit 50 members, not including the DLC card. Which we have a lot of DLC characters. I think right now half our roster,
拿出气势来吧！
half of the total roster is DLC characters, right? Yeah.
来大干一场吧！
Alright. Oh, we have to. I don't know if we have to complete these or not. All right, let's bop all these people.
都给我打起精神！
Kick the baddies. It'll be very quick.
尽是些废话。
让他们知道什么叫差
Look
距。
at that infamy. No infamy whatsoever. Next. Where's the next wave? Okay. We gotta catch up to where we left off. Okay, there he is. Little butthead. Beefcakes. Don't hit me. Someone has contraband. Oh, that guy. Yeah, my face. Okay.
我们是最强的。
海贼大铁头。
Okay.
来大干一场吧！
All right.
拿
I think
出
that's
气势
it
来吧！
for okay. All right. Let's get rid of all the underlings.
冲进去！
尽是些废物啊！
点本事啊！让他们知道什么叫差距。总算要开打了！上啊！速战速决吧！上啊！ 上啊！速战速决吧！绝这招，这个风格。
Oh, that's coming from my own member.
好戏才刚开始。
What do you think you guys are doing? Get out of here.
久等了。
正身术，
Get out. What are you doing picking on? Okay.
大家一起上！
Okay.
这么弱啊？
见识下厉害吧！
来吧！
准备好了吗？
大家都跟着我上，攻进去吧！全体突击！
Okay. That's weird. Oh.
我们是最强的。
Okay. All right. Right? I think the infamy needs to be maxed. That's a completion thing. Do we do this one? Yeah. Is that Shoto? It's Mr. Shoto guy, right?
大家一起上！
The 80s dude. No, it's Dog Boy. It's fine.
过来吧。
Dog.
知道什么叫差距？机会会来打了。
Oh wait, I can use the weapons. See what it's like.
速战速决吧。
Get out of my face. Boink. Oh, that point blank range. Wait, Date is the one that has the shotgun? What the heck?
上啊！好好收拾收拾他们吧。是这个风格吗？上啊！速战速决吧。
Just stay out of the combat zone.
别想再为所欲为！
好戏才刚开始。
大家一
Okay.
起上！
不敢当，换个风格吧。
可恶，又来敌人了！
这招怎么样？
Okay.
大家都跟着我上，随时可以
Whoa, that's
突击！
Mikio's attack pattern is pretty cool. Okay. You can't decide who to target. Oh, that doesn't actually do that much. Right.
我们是最强的。
海贼大铁头。
请多指教。
Hmm? All right, got the full squad. Nah, he's fine.
谁敢挡我德格玛大爷的路？
Yeah, then we have the Shoto kid, Shoto boy.
Oh.
Right.
Hmm?
I think it's now what is this? The incentives to join and expand, and then there's recruitment. Yeah, and then technically this is when we get the upgrades to uniforms and whatnot. Do I need points to unlock something? No, we don't. And the points previously did not carry over.
来大干一场吧！
Got it. Okay. Get rid of these guys. This. Okay.
都给我打起精神！
Alright. Just gotta wipe them out.
定是些废物啊！
让他们知
I
道
like their
什么叫
team.
差
Their
距。
team.
将帅要开打
Where can we get masks? You know?
怎么这么弱啊？
What the heck?
大家一起上！
Oops.
准备好了吗？
大家一起上！
怎么这么弱啊？
像我的厉害吗？可恶，又来敌人了！
准备好了吗？
Oh. Oh, you butthead. Eh? Oh yeah, that actually dodged bullets. I forgot about that. This deflects bullets. Alright. I don't see any dangers. What? I swear it's supposed to deflect bullets. Oh, maybe not during the action itself, I guess. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool uniforms. Alright. Alright. We're fine. We're fine.
拿出气势来吧！
Yeah, this is the Shoto.
大家一起上！
I got down to the start of the big four or something like that. Actually, do I remember what this was? Yeah. Oh, Shuto. This is Shuto. Yeah. Yeah, he just wants a good fight.
尽是些废物啊！
让他们知道什么叫差距。机会会来打了！上啊！速战速决吧！来了一大批人呐！
They got the generals. Oh, okay. So if you take out the generals, you don't actually have to take out the other guys. I gotta use these weapons sometime. I see.
好戏才刚开始。怎么样？
Right?
嘿嘿，这招怎么样？
The heck is wrong with Mine right now? I don't know what that exclamation mark means. Surprise! Although I think for this one, you definitely have to knock down some of the guys. Okay. All right. Oh, you can't actually, okay. That's awkward. Oh, I couldn't even interrupt him. What the heck? Okay.
们是最强的。
还在大铁堂。
All right. Right. We already got that cosmetic. He joins us because of the good
よろ
fight.
しくお願いします。
That's good. Right? And then those 4. Oh no. There's still Mr. Butthead.
什么？什么？
Oh yeah, this is because it's in the total annihilation thing. I think we get, what is this about? Meetings. Right. For the rallies to get XP. And then I'm gonna take these guys out. Yeah, still haven't gotten to like, there's still only 2 fists, no? Two fists rating, 2-star ratings. Oh yeah, the skate part.
让他们知道什么叫差距。机会会该打了。
We're safe.
真不愧是扛斗之龙。
Some new people should be entering now. All right. And then they enter with a truck as well. All right. Okay. Just gotta keep an eye on everyone. Come here. Wait, is that them? No. There should be one more wave, right? Yeah. That's a really fast moving truck. Right. Tons of new reinforcements. Uh-huh. That 360, you're too butthead. Oh yeah, you show him, Casca. Hey. I think he joins us too. Dang, you don't get a lot. Or maybe not. Oh no, he doesn't. Oh yeah, we're going on offensive. That's right. We relocate to Kamurocho because their headquarters is there. Yeah, the buttheads. That's where we stopped. We stopped right when moving to Kamurocho. That was a good place to stop. Okay. So what are we doing? Kind of getting tired. 1 a.m. I have enough to unlock. No, not what I'm looking for. Hot related thing. Oh, I'm still missing one. Do I have everything else? Okay. Are there more recruits? So I do have to advance the storyline to now because we have to. Oh, I think we can go back whenever. So we're here. This is the setup for the sub story, right? We'll do sub story in the next couple sessions now. I think I might take a break. Wait, what the heck? Oh, it already says check. They just repopulate. I might try to take a little break. My eyes are. Ooh. Might do without tomorrow. Take a day away from the game. What am I looking at? Like, is it this store? I can't back up. Randomly stand in the street. Yeah, we'll do sub stories. This region's sub stories in our next session. Read all the deep cuts. Typically, I don't have to. Well, we'll see how the sub stories turn out. Trying to find. Explore areas. Okay. Sleep a little extra today or tonight. Excuse me. Okay. This is introducing Oksan. Oh, and yeah, this is the intro to Mr. Surfer, the Segway prototype. There's still so many things. Okay. Alright, that's a good place to stop for today. We'll try to do sub-stories. Are sub-stories separated by place? Yes. Well, actually, it's not clear there are sub-stories in Kamurocho. But we do go to Kamurocho. Actually, let's look. So there's 31. There's 31 there, right? What happens Oh, I can't even go back yet, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, because he hasn't decided to go back yet. Alright, alright, alright. So we do have to advance the story next time as well, after we do the sub-stories. Alright. Actually, we might want to advance the main story. Filthy Dirty Magazine. Advance the main story next time, so we can gain access to all the sub-stories. At least get to advance the story until we get to Kamurocho and see if... Because there isn't a list for that yet. We're about to do the one scene, like some of the really powerful scenes. A Morning Glory is complete. Okay, yeah, I do see that. So there must be a separate list of sub-stories for Kamurocho. Someone said that there, like, I saw comments about there's only 31 sub-stories, but I think they're specifically talking about the sub-stories in Ryukyu. Possibly. Alright. Oh, right, and we have to do all the exams. Okay. Alright, so for now, it's a wrap for today. Okay. Alright, folks. It's been swell. Let's have... Oops. Just lost control. Okay. Yep, that's our wrap for today. We can just look at that. It's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Kiwami 3 or Dark Tides for yourself, maybe at a later date. Perhaps when all the things cool down or people want to play Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2, right? Or maybe even wait until whatever they decide to do for the following. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, talk about things. I mean, I usually just digress about the things I see in these games because they're representations of a bit of modern life, right? A bit of modern life with the outside of your main story. And sometime this year, we're gonna start all the Persona games. Half of it would be like going down memory lane, and same deals, talking about the storylines, what's transformative about them, or how topical they are. So until next time, 大家下次见, right? 大家观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Take care. Bye now. Bye.